Wanted to mention something as well, which is to thank Adam Gilbertson for last night and RDO for showing us your facility, talking to us about all of the incredible construction technology, and then also just for hosting reception for us. It's much appreciated. So thank you, Adam. And then let me go ahead and do a roll call. Just do that. Right, we do have a couple that are joining remotely today. Hold on 1 second. Dylan Putmeyer will not be joining us today. He'd let me know, but Chair Huffop here, Vice Chair Bentley here, Representative Seekins-Crowe here, Senator Noland here, Superintendent Arnson, who did tell me she would try and join remotely at some point, Commissioner Swanson here, Chanda Hermanson was going to Chanda Hermanson. Yes. Commissioner Armstrong here, Commissioner McGinley here, Amber Terry here, Adam Gilbertson here, Shane Etzweiler here, Jason Palin here, Deb Poteet here, Patty Fleming here, Heather O'Hara here, David Smith here, Bo Brunsma here, Dale Carpenter here, Quentin Queer here, and Jim Wanacott is not able to be here today with us. And I would just ask anybody that is speaking that you do speak up, just to make sure that the folks that are online can hear us clearly. So, Chair, we have a quorum.
Awesome. Excellent turnout. Thank you. First item of business is to approve the agenda that was sent out. I would entertain a motion. Second. Been moved and seconded to approve the agenda. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Same sign. We have an agenda. Thank you. At this time, I'd ask for public comment. Should there be any?
Not hearing any online.
Hearing none, there will be an opportunity at the end of the meeting for public comment as well, if we have any. Next item of business is the approval of the last meeting minutes. Again, I would entertain a motion.
Chair Steve Bentley, make a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Thank you, Dean. Thanks, Mary. Moved and seconded to approve the last meeting's minutes. All those in favor, I'm sorry, is there any discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Always same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. Next up, I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Swanson.
Thanks, Paul. Good morning, everyone. We're already 11 minutes ahead of schedule. It's going to be a good day. Thank you. It's good to see everyone. Thanks for coming to Billings. And like Wes said, Adam, thank you for your hospitality last night at RDO. It was great to connect with everyone, and coming from the ag industry myself, it's so exciting to see how far the industry's come in 5 years. And so for those of you that got to see the technology and the drones and all of the cool things coming, we'll get an update from our friends at Commerce and the Chamber today about the Regional Tech and Innovation Hub. And it's employers like Adam and bringing this technology to the market here in Montana. They're really going to be a value add and an opportunity for us as the State Workforce Innovation Board to really think about workforce differently. You know, the wheels of government move incredibly slow. Those of you that got to hear Adam and I talking about some of the projects we're working on in that space last night, God bless RDO. They've been patiently waiting almost 2 years for us to move the wheels of government a little more quickly. But SWIB truly is a double whammy of the wheels of government moving slowly. We are a state board housed under our team at the Montana Department of Labor that is truly constructed to check a federal compliance box. So we've got the double whammy of both state and federal government operating under all of those state and federal regulations. We provide data to inform our workforce and allow the innovators to leverage that data and move forward, but very often we're looking backwards. We're looking at data that's already happened. We're looking at things that are categorized in nice, neat boxes using things like SOC codes for positions that have existed over time. But I hope you saw the opportunity last night, much like I did, that the jobs that we need to be thinking about for our young people and our workforce are jobs that aren't even invented yet. There's not a SOC code. for a drone operator to do some of the work that Adam's team showed us last night. So how can this board lead as you continue to develop your action-oriented strategy to help develop the workforce in Montana for positions that don't show up neatly on a report that the Department of Labor creates? We have a fantastic team. I'm so excited you'll get to hear directly from Amy Watson today. But this board, I challenge you to really think innovatively, to challenge the department and the government structure to move more quickly and bring these technologies to bear. Whether that's in our JATCs, whether it's in our universities, this board has an opportunity to innovate and drive those conversations. So I really hope we're thinking about that. Just to kind of recap the priorities of our office, the Commissioner's office, so that you know where we're going. Department of Labor is a huge organization with so much to do, but much of my focus over the next few months is going to be workforce driven, which is why this SWIB is such an important part of that. I'm a big fan of doing a couple of things really well, rather than trying to do everything all at once marginally, doing a few things really well. So my priorities to the governor and commitments to the governor over the next few months are, first and foremost, relationships, both internal and external, really working hard across the spectrum with our industry partners, with our labor partners, with our friends in the legislature, and then internally across the many divisions of the department to really focus on telling the story of what we do and taking that feedback from all of you in industry and putting it to action. My second commitment is the Job Service Bureau at the Department of Labor and Industry, and my third commitment is the Unemployment Division. Both of those organizations are large teams that are very passionate and dedicated to the individuals that they serve. Both of them have huge tech stack improvements underway at the department, brand new software platforms that we're launching in Montana. And alongside that, really making sure that not only do we launch the technology well, but we improve the business process and we modernize business processes so that we're delivering better service to Montana employers and workers at lower cost, but still being able to meet the need of what Montanans need along the way. We've got a lot of great folks today to tell you some of the stories. I wanted to highlight a few that I'm most excited about because they align so well with the projects we're working on. You'll hear from Mary Craigle and the team at Commerce about the Tech Hub. This is an incredible opportunity for Montana, not the least of which is some really exciting projects we'll be sharing soon with partners like Knife River and RDO, putting Montana's technology applications first in some really first of its kind industry workforce solutions here in Montana. The work of our friends at the university system around education design labs that you'll learn about today is absolutely critical to thinking about these short-term credentials to high-skill, high-wage jobs in Montana are really an important piece of the puzzle, as well as the Perkins state planning process. We heard a little bit about that at the last meeting from our friends at the OPI. We'll hear more about the role of the university system in the Perkins process today. If I could leave you with one action item for this board, it's to really be thinking deeply about the public comment period at Perkins. OCHI has stood up an electronic tool where all of you individually, your organizations, your members, your employees can all communicate directly to the platform so that your data is logged and is part of the public comment. That is going to be so critical, helping the Perkins process meet the need of where industry is at today. I would encourage you to be thinking both from your own organizations as well as at the board to really put in impactful feedback into the tool at OCHI. That's really where they're collecting the bulk of the data, and it's going to be really important that we contribute. The other thing I want to share with you is an incredible opportunity we have both as the SWIB and as the Department of Labor around the WIOA plan. Under the leadership of Wes and the project that he's putting together right now, we have an opportunity that is probably generational, if not at least the first of its kind in many decades, to really revolutionize WIOA in Montana. The WIOA, the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, for which you serve as the compliance board, has our state plan for those funds has not been rewritten in Montana for at least 18 years, perhaps longer. I just haven't found anyone at the department that can tell me if in years 19 or 20 they wrote a new one. Every time we reauthorize it, we roll it forward, we ask for a waiver or two, we write a new executive summary, and we go back to work. There's nothing wrong with that, but I would put to you that the workforce needs of Montana have changed substantially in 18 years. Our funding streams, our opportunities, our workforce itself, and the demands of our employers are very different 18 years later. So we have challenged Wes, and I have every confidence in his ability to set up a statewide stakeholder process. We've given him funding and the ability to hire some staff to really help him at a high-end level on this project over the next 3 to 6 months. Travel around the state, meet directly with Montanans who are impacted, and really gather the feedback of what's needed, and then come back to work, lock himself in his office, and start thinking about how to write a strategic plan that is innovative and meets the needs in Montana without any of the barriers we put on ourselves before. I've really only given him 3 challenges, or 4, if you include the stakeholder process. Getting out and meeting with Montanans was the first request. And the next 3 are broad, but I think are the most important piece of the puzzle. All of these different funding streams, whether state or federal, how we invest in workers and in the workforce, all have different qualifiers to get access to funding. The qualifiers for WIOA, the qualifiers for Perkins, the state solutions that our friends in the legislature have funded with things like advanced opportunities. Those all have different qualifiers to access the funds. My challenge to Wes is, let's not create barriers in our own way. If it's a federal requirement that a specific task or ability be a qualifier, go ahead and include it. But let's not add qualifiers that create red tape. And to whatever degree possible, let's align the qualifiers for WIOA with the existing qualifiers for all of our other funding streams, which is why it's such an opportune time for Wes to walk this WIOA path right alongside our friends in the university system with the Perkins path, so they can both align those qualifiers. The next goal that we asked him to focus on is aligning the outcomes of these funding streams. The outcomes of how we invest WIOA dollars in Montanans should be aligned with the stated outcomes of advanced opportunities for our high school students, should be aligned with the stated outcomes of Perkins to develop a robust CTE-driven workforce, wherever possible. And the purpose of aligning qualifiers and aligning outcomes is so that we can stack and braid funding. Right now, through our own regulations and red tape, we've made it incredibly hard to take one individual, put them in a training program that they need to get a skill or credential to get into the work at a self-sustaining wage level, and to stack all those funding streams together to get to a full program funding level. So to the degree that we can braid funding of Perkins, of WIOA, of if it's Wagner-Pizer, whatever those funding streams are, let's get out of our own way, let's braid funding. Maybe it's some partnership with our friends at the JATC. Let's braid it all together so we can get Montanans trained. Individuals that want to do a program in many respects can't afford the $1,000 out-of-pocket expense. If there's a funding stream that allows us to do that, let's get out of our own way. And let's make that possible. And I have every confidence that Wes is going to do that and bring us an incredible proposal in the spring. But he's probably going to need your help along the way as he travels around Montana. You might hear a little bit of a hyper focus from me in focusing on that segment of the population that's either underemployed or is not active in the workforce in Montana right now. We know the numbers. We have record low unemployment. We've also got record employment. Under this administration, in the last 3.5 years, we've created 41,000-ish new jobs. Amy can probably correct me if I'm off there. We've created 8,700 this year alone, over 20,000 last year. But we know the numbers. We know we've still got over 40,000 unfillable vacancies in Montana, but we've only got 13,000 unemployed people. That's almost 3 jobs for every unemployed person. But we've got a large segment of the workforce that for a variety of reasons aren't participating. Many of them are retired, and we know that's going to continue for 8 to 10 more years in Montana as our older generation retires. But we have 68,000 Montanans that self-identify they're not working because they can't find childcare. We have a number of folks that are identified that they are not working because they can't find a self-sustaining wage in their community, or they can't find the training program to get the skills they need to work where they want to work. Or we've got a number of folks in some of our rural, remote, or indigenous communities that say they can't afford to leave their community for 2 to 4 years to get that skill. We've got to look at place-based delivery models where maybe they go to campus for a time, or they go to a JATC for a time, but we've got to allow people to live where they live and still get the skills they need in Montana to fill the need. So a real hyper focus from our team on that segment of the population that's not actively working or not actively working up to the level they'd like to be. With that, really exciting things happening at the department around relationships, job service, unemployment, WIOA. You'll find I'm really creative at finding ways to put things under the job service bucket like WIOA so we can stay focused, but really excited for the work that Wes is about to embark on. I'm glad to be here with all of you and have you at the table in this work with us.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Taking notes. There's some good data there. Can I ask one question? The 60,000 Steve does, would that refer to just the people that are not participating?
I'm gonna refer that question to Amy Watson.
That's a great question.
And if that's in your presentation, Amy, I will wait.
No, it's okay. I can answer it now too. It includes people who are either out of the labor force because of childcare or the need to take care of her family, who are working part-time instead of full-time, or who are working reduced hours in the week that they were surveyed because they didn't have access to care.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Well, big number. With that, I'll turn it over to you. We're ahead of schedule, and this is one of the things I think I know I do, we all look forward to every year to hear the labor reports. We've got ample time to turn over to you.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Swanson and Chair. That was a great introduction. Do you happen to have a clicker? That might work a little bit better that way.
My last internet, it just connected my host. 1 second.
Okay.
Great report.
Thank you. Maybe I'll even sit and buy me in once again, too. Like I get a whole one for myself. Wow. Oh, yeah. Perfect. Great, well, thank you. My name is Amy Watson. I am the state economist with the Montana Department of Labor and Industry, and I'm happy to be here today to present to you all the 2023 Montana Labor Day Report. For those of you who may not know, the Labor Day Report we produce every year on or around Labor Day. That is our State of the Montana Economy Report. It talks about generally what has happened in the Montana economy over the last year and tries to paint a forward-looking picture of what we anticipate the future to look like in Montana, with a specific emphasis on the labor market because we are Department of Labor, of course. It sounds like since we've got we're a little bit ahead of schedule, there should be plenty of time at the end for questions. If you have any online, feel free to put them in the chat as I'm talking, and I'll address them there at the end too. And just to give you an overview of where I'm going today, really in 2022, as Commissioner Swanson mentioned, we had extraordinary labor market growth. That's sort of one of the high points of the state economy is our labor market. We have seen record-setting employment growth in 2022 with over 20,000 jobs added. As she mentioned, the unemployment rate hit a record low actually in the first quarter of this year at 2.3%. And we have a record low number of unemployed people. There's only about 13,000 people who are unemployed, which means they're not working and they're actively seeking work. Of course, that means that, as Commissioner Swanson mentioned, there are more job openings than there are people looking for work. That indicates what we would call a tight labor market. And that does present some benefits for workers, but also some headwinds to future economic growth that I'll talk about a little bit more. But overall, when we look at our overall economy, we've seen really steady economic growth. In 2022, our economy grew by just about 2%, which is pretty consistent with the long run average, just a little bit above actually. And that follows a really record-breaking year in 2021. Some of the highlights from that are supporting economic growth is strong Montana household balance sheets and strong entrepreneurship and business formation. Those two things have really helped propel our economy. As we look forward, some of the main headwinds that we see are, the first is that tight labor markets that I mentioned, and then as well as inflation, which, as you all probably know, hit a 40-year high last year in June of 2022. Right now, we have more people working in Montana than we ever have, and we have more people in Montana than ever before. Like I said, it was a record-breaking year last year, adding over 20,000 jobs. This chart shows what's happened to Montana's total employment, our labor force, and our overall population. That's shaded there, and let's see if I can point. Yep, that's the shaded line that indicates the population as well. Just for clarification, the labor force is the total number of people who are either employed or actively seeking work. So the difference between that navy line and the blue line is the number of unemployed people. And as you can see, that number, while both the labor force and employment has been growing, employment has been growing a little bit faster, at a faster rate than the labor force, which means that we've had a drop in our unemployment rate. You want me to take a quick second?
The folks online can still hear you,
Okay.
Because it's attached to this computer. Why that one lost internet, I don't know. But now it's gone from here, so,
Okay,
yeah,
yeah, I can't advance.
anymore, so hopefully it'll connect quickly. Sorry, folks online. Hopefully we'll get connected quickly.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know if
okay.
you want to reference the page for the.
Yeah, sure. Well, I don't know if I can remember the page numbers off the top of my head, but
I think we were on
page 8, okay. Okay, great. There is, oh, perfect. I have a copy as well. But actually the next chart that will show up here is the employment by industry. So that's on page 11. You'll see this is total payroll jobs added in 2021 and 2022 by industry. The most number of jobs added was in leisure activities, which includes things like accommodation, food service, hotels, restaurants, those sort of like leisure, entertainment, recreation. We also saw significant growth in business services, which are like professional and technical services. So things like architects, lawyers, things like services that are professional services, and then construction as well. And that's one thing, about 60% of all of our employment growth of that 21,000 jobs occurred in one of those 3 industries. So that it was very fast growth in those industries. But really, as you can see in that figure, almost every industry experienced job gains. So it was pretty widespread, not just concentrated in one particular industry. Public administration there that saw declines is primarily government employment falls in there. But one thing I wanted to highlight is construction. The construction industry, I believe there's a call out there on the next page, on page 12. Yes. Construction jobs grew by about 8.3% in 2022. And it was the only industry that added more jobs in 2022 than it did in 2021. 2021 was a really record-breaking year for employment growth as well. And most industries, that was a peak, and then they saw it moderate. The exception was construction, so 8.3%, and that is actually, when you look at construction employment growth across the nation, Montana had the second fastest construction employment growth as well. And it is the industry that we project the most number of job openings as the Department of Labor. Many of you are familiar that we produce employment projections by industry and occupation over a 2-year and 10-year time frame, and we project the most jobs, over 1,000 in construction over the next 10-year time frame.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Is this on page 11, is that broken down by NAICF?
Yes. Mhm. Yep, everything that industry, that's how we break it down. So figure 5 and figure 6 as well. And the next, actually, I'll have you flip back to figure 3 would be the next. Yeah. Okay. So that is figure 3 there. Yep. The unemployment rate, as I mentioned, kind of broadening back out to the overall picture here. This shows what's happened to the Montana unemployment rate versus the US rate since 2000. And really, you can see Montana there in blue has consistently had lower unemployment than the rest of the nation, and hit a low of 2.3% again in the very first part of this year. And that really is, so, you know, on the face of it, unemployment is low. That means we're utilizing our existing workforce well. A lot of people are able to find work. However, when labor markets get this tight, we have difficulty businesses have difficulty finding the workers that they need. And this is the data that Commissioner Swanson referenced when we look at the number of job openings versus the number of unemployed people. You can see really back in the Great Recession, we had more people looking for work than we did job openings, about 3 people per job opening. But that dynamic switched in about 2015, 2016, when Montana began to first start experiencing tight labor markets. Even before the pandemic, we had tight labor markets. This isn't a new phenomenon in the state. Before the pandemic, we had about 1.4, 1.5 job openings per person. But you can really see how after the pandemic, that gap has continued to widen and is at its widest part that we've experienced thus far, with over 40,000 job openings and only 13,000 people looking for work. So what are some of those reasons that we've had tight labor markets? A lot of it is, we could look at either the supply side, right, or the demand side. So from the demand side, really, we've had a record high number of job openings. Back to this chart here, you can see that how much that teal or kind of green line has really spiked since the pandemic. There's been a lot of growth in the Montana economy over the last couple of years. And so there's just more workers that are needed in order to keep up with that fast pace of growth. We've also seen some, albeit small, impacts of remote work and increased competition, additional demands on our existing labor force. And then from the supply side, we have an older population that for a long period of time has been aging into retirement, and that's caused a long run decline in our labor force participation rate, which is the percentage of people that we have in the state who are either employed or actively seeking work. We also have issues with access to affordable and available childcare. That's impacted a lot of Montana parents, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. But I wanted to give you an overall picture of what's been happening with our labor force participation. This is Montana versus the US. You can see right now about 63% of our population participates in the labor force. This rate has been declining for a while. Really, if this chart went back to the 90s, even you would see long run declines in the labor force participation rate. And this showed specifically labor force participation rate prior to the pandemic. The trend that we were on is that dotted line compared to the actual labor force participation rate. So you can see that I just pointed this out to show that while COVID did have a significant impact, you can see that decline right here at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, a significant drop in our labor force participation rate, but we have really recovered since then. And we're still down about 1.2% from this peak here at the beginning of 2020. But we're really not far off of the trend that we would have expected in the absence of COVID. So this really is to emphasize a long run issue that's caused by demographic changes in our labor force, not necessarily a particular shock. And if you look at labor force participation rates by age, you can see this is figure 9 as well on page 15 of the report. You can see that for the most part, when you look at it by age, people's labor force participation rates are increasing, or they're above where they were before the pandemic. And in many cases, they're above where they were 30 years ago. So we think a lot about this population there at the top, age 25 to 54, which is what we would consider a prime working age population. About 87.5% of those individuals are in the labor force. That's up slightly from back in the mid 90s. It has really, for most of those categories, have seen long run increases. So it's not that people, younger people aren't working as much as they were, or even prime working age people aren't working as much as they used to. It's that people are moving and shifting into those older age categories that have significantly lower labor force participation rates. And so that's what's really driving that long run decline. And as Commissioner Swanson mentioned, we have a significant number of retirees. There are over 200,000 retirees, and you can see that how that number has really climbed over the last 30 years or so. But that's not the only reason that some individuals aren't in the labor force. We also have a significant number who are in school, particularly those under 25 years old. Those who may have an illness or disability, or they may be caring for family. And this in here shows particularly caring for any family member, which could be children or aging adults as well.
Yes, and that last slide. I'm curious what your thoughts are on the driver. When I look at that slide, I get the retired, you know, as population ages. But if I think from a school enrollment perspective, I think most schools from 95 to now would say that they've seen lower enrollments due to people having just less kids per family. And that 44,000 is flat. And is it flat because any declines are mitigated by inward migration, or I would have thought that curve with an aging population that would be going down as their retirements go out.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And the scale of it does kind of mute some of those impacts there. But if you did There are slight declines, like say, you know, in this last what is that, maybe like 7 years or so, you can see like it maybe peaked sometime around 2016. And typically we saw, during like the Great Recession, saw a lot more enrollments because, really the labor market required it. People were having difficulty finding jobs, so a lot of them went back to school to find an additional certificate and become more competitive in the job market. But really since 2015, 2016, when we have tight labor markets, the incentive, it's fairly easy, I mean, depending on your skill set, but it can be fairly amenable for finding a job. And so that sort of decreases the incentive that some of those workers may have. And I think you can see, albeit moderate declines, but I think you can see a slight drop from those forces that you're, I'm not sure exactly. I think household formations have been holding pretty steady in terms of the average size of Montana households over that time frame. And certainly in-migration is a big part of it as well. And I'll get to, we have some migration statistics as well.
Your explanation makes sense, that 2011 timeframe when those other graphs blew out kind of in the middle.
Mhm.
You do see that kick up on that graph.
Yeah, right around this time frame. Yeah, and really kind of in there, they saw higher, and then it's kind of come back down, I would say, more to where things were back in the earlier part of that graph. Yeah. So that's a great question. So this chart shows, to answer your question, Chair, the number of parents who have children under the age of 18 in their homes who reported that they're out of the labor force, either because they're caring for family, they're either working part-time instead of full-time because of the need to care for family, or they're working reduced hours because of lack of access to childcare and family responsibilities. So overall, we saw you know, a slight increase in this. It peaked during COVID at over 70,000. But really we've seen this number hold fairly steady over the last, you know, 5 to 10 years or so. And that's because for a long time, Montana has been experiencing childcare shortages of licensed childcare facilities. So in Montana, we estimate that about 43% of demand is met by licensed childcare facilities. So Montana, in other words, Montana licensed childcare facilities meet less than half of estimated demand for that childcare. And because I get this question a lot, when I measure demand, I'm looking at children under the age of 6 who live in working parent households, which means they're either a single parent household or a dual parent household where both parents are currently in the labor force. So it excludes like if you have a stay-at-home parent. So you can see how that breaks out by county here. And over 2/3 of our counties are considered a childcare desert, meaning there's less than a third of licensed capacity meets less than a third of estimated demand. Any of those counties in the lightest colors there. But really significant shortages across the board that has impacted Montana's parents' ability to participate in the workforce, fully engaged, we call it, fully engaging in the workforce. So as we think about some solutions to our tight labor market, we can either, again, going back to the supply and demand here, we can either look at reducing worker demand through technological advancements, through labor saving, capital investments that just decrease the need for workers. We can also work on increasing our existing workforce's productivity through increases in trainings and other human capital investments that really allow us to most efficiently and effectively utilize the workforce that's already here. On the supply side, we can do things to help increase that labor force participation rate through flexible work environments or increases in wages. We can encourage more of those individuals to participate in the labor force, whether that be people who are in school, who are at home with caring for family members, or who are retired. Maybe they can engage to some degree in the labor force as well. And then in-migration has been a big story for Montana, particularly post-COVID, in terms of helping us address this tight labor market and increasing worker supply. So yeah, go ahead. Yep.
Mary, do you have a question?
I do. Great presentation, by the way, Amy, but I just wanted you to talk a little bit, if you could, this is sort of a softball question, I admit it, about how the impact in other states, i.e. in other countries as well, about these same kind of trends with the labor force?
Like, tight labor markets.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, what other states, countries are seeing relative to what Montana is seeing?
Yeah, that's a great point, Mary, and thank you. So, you can kind of tell when, in any comparison to the state, to the nation, that, just like Montana, the US as a whole is experiencing tight labor markets. I mean, their unemployment rate is below 4%. And that's very low for the US average as well. And so, typically, that Montana's tight labor markets are more significant here than they are across the rest of the nation. But certainly that's not to say the rest of the nation isn't also facing a lot of these same issues as well. And in particular areas of the US, they haven't seen the in-migration that we have to help address that issue. So it's become more significant, and there are more challenges in other states per se. But I would say, as far as our labor market conditions, we tend to have, and have for some time, had tighter labor markets here than the rest of the nation. As far as the other countries, I'm not as familiar with everything that's going on there, but yeah, certainly they have their own challenges as well.
Yeah, thanks, Amy. I mean, the baby boom generation was not unique to the US. So actually the situation in countries like Japan is even worse than what we are seeing here. But thanks, appreciate the follow-up. Yeah,
no problem. So in Montana, we've seen about our population grow by nearly 4% due solely to in-migration, and that ranks us second in the nation for the highest rate of in-migration. So there's been a lot of people moving to Montana, and we've long been an in-migration state, which means that there are more people typically that move here to the state than leave each year. So we do get more workers than the number who leave, but that's really spiked since the pandemic. It's more than doubled during this time. That translates to roughly, I believe that's like 20,000 people per year that come in net. You can see how that migration has really varied across counties in the state. We've seen a lot of that in-migration happen in the western portion of Montana. Not too surprising, but one thing when we look at as a percent of our existing population, you see a lot of significant in-migration in our counties that are next to more of our more populated counties like Lincoln, Sanders, Mineral County outside of the Kalispell and Missoula areas. We also saw a significant increase in Broadwater County between Helena and Bozeman. And then outside of the Billings area as well in Carbon and Muscle Shoals counties has been significant in-migration. And that could be people from Billings moving out into those counties, or it could be people from out of state. Really, it's any type of movement into the county. So one thing that also can help address our tight labor markets is wage growth, and that's sort of a natural market force that happens when you have tight labor markets. Businesses are competing for a limited supply of workers, and that really helps drive wage growth for Montana workers. And that's what we've seen happen. In Montana, our average wage grew by 6% in 2022, which is the fourth fastest among states. So really, again, that demonstrates just how tight our labor markets are compared to the rest of the nation. Right now, we have about $54,000 is our average annual wage, which is a record high for Montana. And this chart shows the average annual wage since 2018, as well as real wage growth, which means it's been adjusted for inflation. That's the orange line there. So when you look at, so wages have been growing very rapidly in the state, but in 2022, because we also saw such rapid inflation, we actually saw real wage losses in that year of about 1.6%. The good news is that in 2020 and 2021, we saw such rapid wage growth that over this 3-year time frame, we're still positive. Wage growth has outpaced inflation, but that was not necessarily the case in 2022. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have that data right there for county, individual counties?
Mm-hmm. I do. I don't have it on me, but we do have that available, so I can get that. Mm-hmm. And of course, wages are just one part of total income that Montanans receive. They make up the largest chunk of it. This shows personal income by type of income. So you have that gray line there, or the gray bar is the wage income. About 42% of all income in Montana comes in the form of wages. We also see a significant portion of income coming from dividends and capital gains, more passive sources. Like personal current transfer receipts would be things like social security payments, unemployment insurance, that sort of thing. And then you also have business income, which is that proprietor's income there in yellow. And what I wanted to point out here is that we do see more Montanans have a larger portion of our income comes from business income than the rest of the nation. And that really emphasizes, you know, our business environment, the entrepreneurship that we've seen in the state. You can see overall in 2022, our total income grew by about 6%, which ranks us fourth in the nation again. So very fast wage growth and very fast income growth. You can see in 2020, that outlier there is those stimulus payments that made their way to Montana households. But then since then in 2021 and 2022, we've seen income growth really across all components, all different types. And particularly business income in 2022 was the leading, was the type of income that grew the fastest in the state. And that is because we do see record high business formation in 2022. Over 20,000 businesses were formed in that year, primarily in the areas of professional business services, construction, and then healthcare as well. And as you recall, professional business services and construction were two of the top growth industries for total employment as well. So those are really industries that we've seen a lot of demand for in the state. In general, Montana has a very high rates of entrepreneurship. We have the third highest rate of business ownership. About 29% or 28% of our total workforce owns their own business, running their own business. So it's a significant force and driver of our economic growth in the state. Yeah.
Does that include people who might work at a wage job and then own their own business to do a secondary income?
They may, yes. So they would be accounted as a business owner as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So in 2022, Montana's personal income topped $60,000 on average. Our per capita personal income was just about $61,000, which ranks us 29th among states. Typically, Montanans do have lower wages and lower income levels compared to the national average, but because we've seen such rapid growth over the last few years, our ranking, so to speak, has been increasing in terms of that we're getting closer and closer to the national average. But I mean, as you can see, that shows also personal income growth, total personal income growth, and it was 6% in 2022, but it was over 10% in 2021, which is extraordinary. That's income growth that's been, I don't believe it's something that's happened over the last few decades. So just really, really rapid growth. Yep.
You said earlier that the average wage in Montana was $54,000. Can you explain?
The difference there?
Yeah, that's not
Yeah.
like statisticians.
No, that's a great question. So the reason is because the wages only make up a small portion or a significant portion, but less than half of total income earned. So when you include wages plus business income plus any sort of, you know, if you own rental properties and you get that sort of income, so all sources of income combined, the average per capita income is higher than our wages. That means that we have more of our income is coming from other sources as well as wages.
So do we have data that shows people that work a job, but then also have a side hustle? Because you hear that more and more. People are working their main job, but then they have a side hustle on evenings or weekends or whatever that might be. Do we have data that shows that?
We don't have great data, unfortunately. A lot of times people are either asking about their business ownership or their employment status, and very rarely are you getting somebody that's asking about both of those things. We know multiple job holders, but we don't necessarily, in that data doesn't count it if you're a business owner. So not great, but we do know that it's happening a lot. I mean, if 29% of our total workforce is a business owner, and we've got, you know, what is that, a significant employment to population labor force ratio is about 70%. We know that there is overlap because those two numbers add up to more than 100. So it's happening in a significant amount, but unfortunately, I don't have a great way of saying how much that is.
I kind of had a similar question.
Yeah.
Shane, so I didn't know how to ask it, so I appreciate you helping start it out. I'm just curious, you know, we've seen, it gets to the second job. If you think about, I mean, in your guess, I mean, if you look at the last 10 years, 15 years, and especially in certain markets, I assume we're seeing as labor markets have tightened, there's more jobs chasing fewer people. And the costs have risen so dramatically in certain parts of the state. Are you seeing growing numbers of second and third income people where they're getting second jobs to
support? Yeah, that's a great question. And Montana's always had higher rates of multiple job holdings than the rest of the state. We typically see people hire. Part of the reason we have higher labor force participation rates is because we have a higher percentage of people who are working part-time. So we have like retirees or people over the age of 65 have higher labor force participation rates compared to that age population across the nation. And because we have pretty good engagement of that older age category. And so we do typically see higher rates of multiple job holdings. I will say with tight labor markets, significant wage growth, that tends to have the opposite impact, where you would see individuals' wage growth in the absence of inflation. They would be able to earn more from their single job, and they might be able to, for one individual, I can't say necessarily on a household level, but for one individual, if you're working 2 jobs and you're able to get that same amount of income from just the one, then you see that drop off, assuming that inflation hasn't eaten into your wage gain significantly. So I believe that's the trend that we saw in at least 2020 and 2021. I would imagine that the real wage losses in 2022 encouraged more people to take on a second job because rising costs have wage growth. But as long as we're seeing real wage growth, we don't necessarily anticipate that individuals will take more jobs than they have in the past as wage growth continues. We would expect people to take on a job and come into the labor market who maybe weren't in past years, but not necessarily.
Maybe my question's premise somewhat on personal greed. I mean, as you see jobs, you know, I used, when I commuted from Glendale to Bismarck, I'd stop at Dickinson. They're paying $18 a Taco John. I used to have the same job making $3.15 an hour, and I thought I could do that on the weekends. I mean, I was thinking, you know, as prices have moved up so rapidly in some of those jobs, that people picked up extra.
I think that has happened. I think that you would see that particularly over the last year with price increases. But I can't say, I'd have to look a little bit more to see what exactly the data says about it.
And I don't mean to walk you backwards, but when we talked about job openings in Montana, is that all job openings, that part-time and full-time?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, total job openings,
Total,
yeah.
okay.
And you will see, so they talk about this, just kind of as an aside, but they talk about this nationally a lot, and I would suspect it's happening in Montana too, but it is job postings. And so some employers, because they're having difficulty finding workers, will post more job openings than they actually need. So there is some that could be, you might see a decline, I would get, this is my hypothesis, that you could see a decline in overall job postings without actually seeing a change in the underlying demand for workers, just because you've reduced some of those duplicate job openings as the labor market loosens a little bit. So that's just kind of an aside, that's one thing that employers can do that kind of distort the job openings data a little bit, but it still, I think, indicates their need for workers and how, you know, desperate they are to find the workers that they need. Yeah.
So of the job openings, do you keep track of how many of those openings include health benefits?
That's a good question. I can't tell you off the top of my head if that's a part of that data series or not. I can tell you it's, we can look at those job openings, I believe, by industry. So you would kind of be able to tell if they were leisure activities, which tends to be a lower wage industry that may not offer as much, versus say like professional business services, you know, utilities and manufacturing tend to be higher wage jobs that maybe would offer those benefits as well.
The biggest job growth was in leisure, right? Which that would tend to maybe be lower wages and perhaps lack of benefits.
Yeah, and when you look at it from the number of jobs added, Montana has leisure activities is one of our largest industries as well. We just need a lot of the waiters, waitresses, you know, hotel attendants, things like that. And so you're just gonna get a lot of growth in those openings. So it's not surprising that that was our top, in terms of the sheer number of people that we needed. But when you look at it as a growth rate, things like construction would rise to the top as like our fastest growing industry, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
On that note, do you get any data on not just wages, but for the fact that the total rewards? Average, what our employees
Are receiving. Yeah, so there's different data sources, like we have the employer cost index, which looks at the costs of having employees, like payroll costs, basically for businesses that would include all of those types of benefits. Unfortunately, that data isn't included in this report, and it's mostly because it's pretty delayed, getting that information, but I can look at it. There is information that's available that would touch on those costs as well, yeah. So I wanted to also talk a little bit about what's happening, what do businesses or what do Montana households have been doing with this? So as this personal income has been growing, we've also seen significant increases in consumer spending in Montana. So this shows in orange consumer spending growth for Montana households compared to their personal income growth. When you look at in 2020, for example, personal spending actually fell a little bit overall. And so we saw significant increases in personal income and significant and essentially flat consumer spending. So that translated to significant savings for Montana households in that year. That savings supported their spending in part in 2021 and 2022. In 2021 in particular, consumer spending was very, very significant, 16%. That's over 4 times the long run average growth is about 4%, where we would expect that long run average to be somewhere in here. Spending was very, very significant, and that spending helped propel and support our economic growth that really was very robust in that year. We saw in 2021, spending growth moderate slightly to 9.7%, but that's still more than double what we would expect the long run rate. So Montana consumers are spending, and that's really helped support. And that spending has been driven by significant personal income growth. That's driven by very strong wage growth and strong labor markets.
And inflation?
Yes. Yeah, so the cost of those goods and services have also been rising, although not as rapidly as consumer spending has been growing. So we know that they are spending and buying more things, and those things are also costing more. So this kind of shows the savings side of it, so the difference there. And this is the personal savings rate for Montana households and what's been happening really since the pandemic. You can see this is the pre-pandemic trend there, what we would have estimated savings rates to be in the absence of the pandemic, and then what's been happening, the actual personal savings rate there in blue. And you can see that significant spike in 2020, again, because spending was essentially flat, and we saw significant increases in income. And that's what we call excess savings. So savings in addition to what we would have expected Montana households to save. And they accumulated about $21 billion in excess savings. And that's really helped support the state economy. What do they spend it on? Where are we spending that money? This shows that we spend a significant portion on goods more so than the rest of the US. Shows Montana versus the rest of the US. Specifically, I wanted to highlight a few categories here. We spend about 9% of our total spending goes to groceries, about 4% on gas, 16% on housing, and about 16% on healthcare costs. And for groceries and gas, we tend to spend more, a higher portion of our income on those sources than the rest of the US. Housing slightly less, healthcare about the same as the rest of the US. But in general, so we do see as those costs continue to rise, particularly groceries and gasoline, that's going to have more of an impact on Montana households than it would the rest of the nation because we tend to spend more money on those things. You can see what happened to spending growth since the pandemic in 2020, 2021, and 2022. As you would expect, these are the leading things, the leading contributors to that 9.7% spending growth last year. The leading contributor, as you may guess, is housing. So housing has driven a lot of that spending in 2022. Our housing costs, or the amount that we're spending on housing and utilities, rose by 9% in 2022 and rose consistently, was greater than zero since the pandemic. You can see we didn't spend any money on, we spent a lot less money on gasoline and on eating out, hotel accommodation, food service in 2020. But those spending categories have come roaring back since then and are we're still positive over the long run. So we spent about 9.5% more on services and about 10% more on goods in the state. And that spending growth has really helped our overall economy grow. This shows the size, the growth in our overall economy as measured by GDP, which is the total value of all goods and services that are produced in the state. Our total economy grew by about 2% last year and by 5.6% in 2021. And that really is extraordinary growth. I know this chart only goes back to 2018, but if you took that back, another 10, 15 years, this would be record-breaking growth for that year. We saw slight declines in our overall, the size of our overall economy in 2020, but really that pandemic recession in general was very severe but short-lived. So even by the end of 2020, we had recovered our total GDP that we had lost during the second quarter.
Are we projecting, it would appear, at least in the short graph, that we're behind the national average, but maybe trending towards catching it?
In terms of the growth rate?
Is that something that you're forecasting?
We don't, at the Department of Labor, we don't forecast GDP, but we do typically see, that's pretty similar to the US. The US had slightly faster growth in 2021, but it was essentially, I believe it's exactly the same in 2022 as the national average. And our economy didn't see as large of a contraction in 2020 as the rest of the nation. So our recovery from that pandemic recession was much faster than the rest of the US in terms of the total size of the economy. But one downside of all this growth is inflation. As I mentioned a few times, inflation did peak in the middle of last year at just over 9%. I included both total inflation as measured by the CPI and core inflation, which takes out food and energy costs, just because they're very volatile. But really, you saw that peak, it was a 40-year high in the middle of 2022. And since then, we have seen it moderate significantly. It's come down to 3% in June of 2023. So we don't anticipate that inflation will have as big of an impact on Montana households this year as it did last year. But we are still looking for that to continue to fall. And we anticipate it will continue to moderate because it still remains above target levels. When you look at what's driving that inflation, initially what was driving it was energy prices and transportation costs. The cost of energy increased up to 55% by June of 2022. And that really has a lot of impacts on a variety of goods and services that Montana households consume, and sort of trickles into a number of things. But when we look at in 2023, what's still sort of preventing inflation from falling further We see significant inflation still in food consumed at home, so groceries and housing, which is not too surprising. We saw this shows nationally, US, the change in housing prices and housing costs increases have been more significant in sort of the western region of the nation where we are than the rest of the US. So we've seen that being more significant. This chart shows what's been happening in the Montana housing market in Montana versus the US. We have seen the 8th fastest increase in home prices. Home price appreciation is up 51% from 3 years earlier, and our average home value in the state is $440,000 right now. Well, that's in the first quarter of 2023. So you saw appreciation peak in the middle of 2022 along with inflation, and it has come down, but not come down significantly enough to be depressant on inflation. It's still causing inflation to be higher than it would have otherwise in the absence of housing. And housing has a very significant shelter costs, make up a significant portion of inflation too. So they have a very big impact on overall inflation. You can see how that home price appreciation varies by county. I will note that those 0% should be no data available, not that it's actually 0. I'm sure they have had home price appreciation as well. There's just not enough homes in those areas for us to be able to estimate it accurately. But you can see that if I put that in-migration map next to this home price appreciation map, you would see a lot of similarities. Particularly in the western portion and that northwest portion, we've seen significant home price growth, over 75% in Lincoln, Sanders, and close to it in Mineral County, which are some of those high in-migration areas, as well as some of those areas that border Bozeman, as well as the Helena area as well. So we've seen a lot of that home price appreciation there, which has had significant impacts on home affordability and all of those aspects as well. I go into that a little bit in the Labor Day report as well. So there's more information there, but this looks at specifically sales price by county. So you can see how some of that varies for our more populated counties. You can see that Gallatin County has the most expensive home market, as many of probably would guess. And this is as of 2022. So they have, I believe they're starting to see some of those prices kind of, at least the trajectory has, there's been slower appreciation. Home prices are still growing in Montana. They haven't been declining like they have in some other states that are by us. But they have seen that appreciation moderate, so.
The city of Bozeman's median home price last month was $1,050,000.
It was.
Yeah.
In Bozeman.
The median, and that was that sales price? Yeah. So it's still growing. Yeah. And you can see how it varies. You know, like I said, the average, I use this time frame because you can compare it to the average before. So 440,000 is the average. So you've got Flathead, Missoula, and even Lewis and Clark and Gallatin above average. And then you've got some areas like here in Yellowstone County, as well as in Great Falls, and you are less expensive in total. But yeah.
So I have a question about, like, do you track how many new residents into Montana? I know Montanans are moving around, but actually people coming from other states into Montana.
Yes, we do. Yeah. So we know that that about, I believe, I have to double check, but I believe it's about 20,000 more people move into Montana every year since the pandemic than have left. So we do see increases. When we look at the county level, the data wasn't available and for me to parse out who moved from another county in Montana and who moved from out of state at that county level. But at the state level, we know that our population has grown by about 4% because of in-migration, and that would be almost entirely from domestic in-migration. Yeah, from other states. Yeah.
Amy, is that chart for migration on page 16 still relatively accurate?
Yes. Yep, but again, that shows migration, from, it could be somebody moving from Flathead to Lincoln County.
Got it, okay.
Yeah, not necessarily out of state. I don't know how much of that population growth was out of state versus in-state migration by the county level.
Thanks.
I may be able to tell that now, but at the time I published this, we didn't. Yeah. So summarize, when we look forward, to this year and beyond, we still anticipate, we as the Department of Labor still see one of the bright spots is our labor market. And we've had strong employment growth, strong wage growth. We have healthy Montana household balance sheet, and we have continued innovation and business growth. And those things we believe are really going to form the bedrock for our economy and help it to continue to grow. Of course, we also are concerned about inflation. We don't anticipate it will have as big of an impact this year as it did last year, but it still will have an impact because it is still more significant than it has been in the past. We also are looking at productivity enhancements in order to help address our tight labor markets and continued population growth and labor force participation rates. We're helping to encourage those individuals to participate in the labor force in order to address some of our tight labor market issues. So those are kind of the things that we're looking at as potential headwinds in the upcoming year that may have an impact on future growth. But ultimately, we anticipate that our economy is in a good position, particularly compared to the rest of the nation, and should continue to grow at a consistent pace, which is really what economists like to see, is sort of a steady state of growth versus a lot of these up and down. So.
I think another headwind to the growth is the lack of finding workers.
Right.
I mean, you hear about companies that want to grow, they want to expand, they want to take on more business, but they just can't.
Right. Yeah, of course. And that's sort of what I mean by the productivity enhancements and population growth as solutions to that as we look forward. But certainly that's the headwind, is the tight labor market. Absolutely. Yeah. So that, I think we're still ahead of schedule, but I can leave that to us. If there's any questions online, I don't want to miss any of those.
One comment about the county, Mary Pringle may want to correct this, but she stated a percent of 1% is a state, but the rate into counties varies a lot. And I think that was the migration. But that was the only comment.
Okay.
Any further questions for Dean?
I've got one more. On the 54,000 average median wage, do we have any standard deviation by work groups? My head's telling me that there's a lot of leisure and activity that might pay at lower rates, and then there's construction and these other things paying at other rates. So I'm curious if we've got a standard deviation.
We certainly do, and you can see that by industry. Let's see, it's figure 6. I didn't show you the average annual wage by industry, but it is on page 12. And that growth in wages too, as real wage growth over that 3-year time frame from 2019 to 2022. This is what it looks like there.
Perfect.
Yep, so you can see some of our higher wage industries would be mining and business services. Healthcare even is above that 54,000. And you can see that leisure activities is there at 25,000. So significantly lower, but they have had some of the fastest wage growth, real wage growth, 3.4%, even in over that 3-year time frame. So we've seen the fastest growth in business services and leisure activities, and financial activities as well. Yeah. Yeah.
That's
a lot of variation.
Thank you. Great pointed out.
Great question, Jason, and a good advertisement for
Not the
no waters. Any other questions for you?
One more comment online, which was great job, Amy.
Nice work. Thank you, Amy. And I should preface my comment when I talk about school enrollments down. I kind of went, ugh. There's been a lot of Class B schools that have a AA in a very short number of years. It's the East that's seen less kids on the farm. But so I should.
There's a lot of, I mean, that's the hard thing about producing a report that's intended for the entire state. it's hard to capture all of those regional variations were in the data.
But I know you mentioned it, and I know I've looked at the website, you have tons of data out there, county, by industry. You and your partner are gonna have a job, and thank you again.
No,
Sharing
thanks
this
for having
with us.
And feel free to reach out if any questions strike you later on in the day. So, thank you.
Thank you. Again, I'm not sure what's.
Actually, we were at all
Are they on? I guess, Paul West says you're online. If you're game, we could certainly move forward with your presentation and then keep the break. That's it.
Okay, can you all hear me?
Sure can.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. I'm here to just do a little quick update on our new unemployment insurance system. We went live with this on October 2nd, and so far so good. And just give you a little background on this. What happened coming out of the pandemic is I think we had about half of Montana citizens on unemployment insurance at one time, and the pandemic really laid bare, or half of the workforce anyway, the pandemic really laid bare our shortcomings in our old database. It was 20 years old. It was a soldier. But what happened was we had to keep cobbling on new components to it, to the point where they just weren't talking to each other. A lot of things were unsupported from a software standpoint, so we had to do something. That started the great endeavor of getting a new benefit system for the state of Montana, and the Gianforte administration was very instrumental in getting us some ARPA money to be able to do this. And as a state, nationally, apparently, we did a 14-month modernization effort, and with a consolidated system. That, in other words, we have merged our tax system with our benefit systems, so we have a consolidated system now. We did this in 14 months and apparently smashed the record nationally for a state to do that quickly. And we've done it. I think we had appropriated 45-50 million for this project, and we did it at 13.2. So we're very proud of what we've accomplished. Now, this is week 2 in this, so you can imagine what's happening over at unemployment insurance. Is we're on the phone answering questions, helping people navigate the system, because it looks very different for all of us, whether you're an employer or a claimant or a worker at unemployment insurance. We're all learning a new system. But so far, we have had, I was just checking this morning, we've had almost 4,000 employers connect through e-services. We've had 4,677 quarterly reports filed. On the claimant side, we've had 5,114 claimants hit the center and get set up, and we've had 5,827 payment requests over the last 2 weeks. So it is working. We are learning at a rapid pace here and fixing bugs in the system, but so far all is going extremely well for kicking off a system of this size, and you can imagine all the training and communication involved with it as well. Two big things we're very excited about is this new system allows us to message securely within the system with employers and claimants. So that was always a struggle before, communicating effectively with on the claimant side. There was a lot of reliance on US mail because the system we were using, came alive in 2000. And if you couldn't get someone on the phone, you had to send a piece of mail. And now with secure messaging, we're able to communicate directly with that claimant for information. They can respond to fact-finding surveys while they're in the drive-through at McDonald's or applying for a job somewhere. We can connect to them securely and communicate electronically, which is a huge win for us. And another thing we're very excited about is the mobile-friendly component of this. We're seeing employers and claimants do UI business on their phones now. We seem to have about a 50-50 split this early into it regarding which platform they like, but that's something we're very excited about. Is being able to, everybody's got a phone on their hip these days, and if we can put UI business on that phone, we're going to be able to get better information quickly, get decisions out more timely. There's an overall efficiency here to be gained. We're looking very closely at operations now that we're starting to get some data from this new system. But all in all, we're very excited about it. I think the mobile friendly will also help underserved populations as well. And with distances in our rural parts of our state where, a job service is an hour or two away. Now we can, our citizens can conduct business on their phone. So we're very excited about that. We're also getting away from faxes with this move. We're encouraging people to please just upload the information we need to see on the internet. It's all available to them there. So we're excited, less imaging cost, less manual labor imaging that into our system. Just you can see these images better when they're uploaded as well. We don't have the blurry faxes anymore. So we're very excited about all the new wins we have in this system. And right now we have a lot of change requests. We have a lot of staff where we just yanked their baseline out from under them. They spent 20 years in the old system, and now we've put them on a new island. So they're learning to swim. Just like the rest of the citizens in there, everything looks different. And I have with me my bureau chief in our contributions department, which is more employer focused rather than claimant focused. And judging by this audience, I wanted to have Miss Karina Benjamin with us to answer any of those employer related questions you may have. And she could also, if you all need it, we can share some screens with you. If you'd like to see a tutorial of how to log into this, y'all just let me know. But that's what we're up to at unemployment insurance lately. We did go live October 2nd. And well, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Paul?
I have a question, Paul. Dale
Yes.
Clark. Are those tutorials online?
Absolutely. As an employer or claimant, how to navigate the system is available online. If you go to our website, you'll be able to there's more information out there than you could possibly want to ingest regarding unemployment insurance. But yes, all that information is on there online, and we have staff available in all bureaus trying to answer as many phone calls as we possibly can, because we understand the unknown, and that we have to increase everybody's comfort level with this. So to answer your question, yes.
Well, our situation is the apprentices come to school and then they apply for their employment at that time. And there has been some question, but I'm gonna direct them to those tutorials. The people that they've talked to on the phone have been outstanding. They've gotten it handled, which means we just started in the last 2 weeks, so your staff has definitely been helpful.
Well, thank you for that. That's what I need to hear. We're learning this as we go as well. We had a very colorful training session this morning with people. And that's what I tell them is like, you guys are the pros. If the citizens detect frustration from us, then we're going to lose this game. We have to be confident, and we have to let them understand we're learning as we go here. We're learning as well as you are. So, but I greatly appreciate that comment, sir, about your customer service experience with us, because that's one of the things we pride ourselves on. Because we, our very nature of this program, we cannot make everyone happy. We will deny benefits to people based in rule and law. It's not our personal, that's how we sleep at night, is knowing we applied rule and law correctly. So by nature, we can't make everyone happy. Obviously, we cannot make all employers happy as well. So we try to, whatever we do, be polite and courteous with people you interact with. So that's good to hear this morning. Thank you.
Here, I had a comment maybe more towards Dale and Quentin. With your guys' JTCs, you have employees that are having to leave their job to go to your trainings, right? Do they qualify for unemployment insurance while they're doing it? So they're leveraging this, they're taking advantage of it.
They do.
Okay.
You
The
know,
down is in the beginning, they're leaving prior employment. So there's that discrepancy from their previous employer.
So if they're exiting a job, waiting to go.
They
into
quit their job
apprenticeship.
in the system.
Okay.
It's calculated,
Okay.
but it is new. No, it's been, we haven't really had that.
and if I can piggyback back on that, the main issue we usually have with apprentices is just an education situation, because they, like you were describing, though every 5 weeks they'll attend a week of training somewhere, and that's the period of time where they may be eligible for UI. But getting them to, what happens is when you only use a claim every month and a half or so, they go dormant. And our hardest issue has been educating the apprentices. You have to reactivate that claim during the week you're in training. Otherwise, it won't allow you to file for the week once the week is in the past. So that's the biggest message we can give to apprentices, is make sure if you have a claim out there, you'll need to reactivate it. If it says reactivation, do so during the week you're experiencing the unemployment, and that will allow you to request benefits for the week. The week will be there if it's reactivated. If it's just a dormant claim, they'll go in on Sunday and the week won't be there to file for.
I think that's just a good message for all of our industry partners here, is that, Sarah, you talked about some of the barriers that we have in place for a lot of these people. We're hearing, they can't travel, they can't leave their homes for extended periods of times to go do these trainings. But there's benefits out there to overcome those. Now I think for a lot of your guys' stuff, you'll put them up in housing while they're in, you try to reduce that barrier, but to keep the income going to their households.
And benefits are paid through the system too, so they don't lose insurance. It's worked into the system also, so basically just depending before they're out working.
Cool.
Any other questions? But if none, thank you, Paul. It was a great update and a really impressive undertaking that the department has done for us.
Well, thank you all very much. I'm extremely proud of this division and what they've accomplished in, again, 14 months. Nationally, they don't believe us right now. They think we're up to, they're like, well, okay. So we'll probably have they're going to scrutinize what we did here. And that's good. I want them to, because what we've done is exceptional. And I'm very proud of this team, and I thank you all for those kind words. And we're here to help, whether you're an employer or claimant, please let us know how we can assist you. That's about all I have. And Miss Karina, I brought with me just because if you guys have any employer related questions, I've got an expert par excellence on the phone here. And if not, we'll let you go.
Well, thank you again for your time this morning.
So point out that yesterday, the governor gave out the annual governor's awards for Montana and awarded the Muse implementation team the governor's award for innovation today.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it was, and thank you, Sarah. When we were in our finery accepting the award, it all went well, and then we hustled back here and got to work. So thank you, Miss Sarah. I hope all's going well in Billings today, and we'll mind the fort here. You all have a good day.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Paul and Karina.
Thank you.
That brings us to our break. 15 minutes break.
We want to return it for a 10:45 presentation, or
We got about 20 minutes.
everyone online, I will pause the recording and we will see you back in about 20 minutes. Let's see. I will call the meeting back to order. I'd like to turn over to Mary Craig, Justin DeYoung, give us an update on the EA Tech Hub. Mary, I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you, everyone. I feel like it's old home week. I see so many familiar faces. I don't know if you guys know, I did a short stint at the Department of Labor and had the great fortune to work directly with Paul and Amy, and I can't even tell you what an accomplishment that unemployment insurance system is, because I actually did some groundwork on the previous version. So again, those guys are just amazing, and appreciate all of them, as I do all of you. And so real quick today, we're just going to give you an update on the EDA Technology Hub application that we submitted. With that, I will try to watch the chat, but if you have questions, please just holler. We'll just have questions as we go along. In August 15th, we actually submitted 2 different applications regarding the Tech Hub proposal. And this again was a joint effort between the Montana University System, the state government, and the Montana Chamber. Were basically the 3 major authors. Dustin DeYoung is on the line as well. Dustin is with Freestone and under contract with us. And I again applaud. Can't even tell you how much work Dustin we ended up putting into this project. It started out way back in March. So there was a request from the EDA about how should they structure this particular application. And in March, we started this great partnership across the region to answer that question. And the initial EDA application was really geared only towards big urban metro areas, populations 2 million plus. And I do believe, because of the efforts of our congressional leadership, particularly John Tester, but also the response that we sent, they modified that initial thinking and decided that they needed a rural location for one of those hubs. And so we're very hopeful that we might actually get that rural, one of those rural designations. Again, the application we sent in August, there's 2 parts. One is for a $500,000 strategy development grant, but the other one is actually to be designated as a hub, and they're only going to pick a select number of places to actually get that designation. That's a real small group. So the strategy grant's probably 20-ish grants that they'll give out. The designation's probably in the neighborhood of 10 or less. What does that mean? So again, the application would be $500,000 for the strategy grant, but that phase 2, that designation, that's the big deal. So that's the one that allows you to apply in this phase for the larger funds, which could be around 75 million over a 2-year period, with upwards of 500 million expected over a 10-year period. And again, a very small number of folks will actually be chosen. I believe it's 5 that they're expecting right now to actually get through the phase 2 and get that funding in the first year. So what did we propose? So again, the EDA for this specific grant said one thing very clear and loud, and that is that this needs to be industry-led to find technologies that can be commercialized quickly that will help national and economic security. So that's the whole goal. You've got to show that you have a technology that's vital to national and economic security, and that you can show that it can be commercialized quickly and applied to industry. So the area that was chosen for our hub technology was the area of photonics and optical sensing and autonomous systems. So photonics and optical sensing, in the great words of Dr. Joe Shaw, just mean what you do with light. So think lasers, think optical technologies that refract, change, expand, limit light, and all the applications thereof. For autonomous systems, think drones, unmanned vehicles. Interestingly, this region, specifically Bozeman in particular, has a wealth of optical companies, and our neighboring state of North Dakota and regions in the University of Montana also have technology and expertise in the area of autonomous systems. So this was a really great match for us. We have a great number of companies, and I'll show another slide about that. But what this chart shows you is basically those technologies in the core area added in with quantum, because quantum is actually affecting both of those in terms of the speed at which both autonomous systems, photonics and sensing can all operate at, and how they learn. AI is also another, artificial intelligence is also another part. But the areas where those technologies we see as most applicable are on that far right side. So think of that far right side as those industry areas that these applications could be quickly commercialized. So autonomous vehicles, national defense, infrastructure security, which would include energy, transmission lines, water, all those kind of transportation, highways, etc. Wildfire response is really even wider than that, to natural disasters of all types, not just wildfire, but that technology is predominant at the University of Montana. Precision resource management, think mining, think supplies, some of that critical mineral stuff we're talking on the other side. Again, some forms of energy, not so much the infrastructure side, but actually the development side. Precision agriculture of every type, and precision industrial equipment and processes. So that would be your manufacturing systems, any type of industrial processing. Also construction, which is a huge part of that, falls across that industrial side, but it also falls in part of the infrastructure side. I'm going to pause there for a minute, see if anybody has a question.
None in the room, Mary.
Great. So on the bottom, you will see that there's a number of National Science Foundation grants. What's important to know about these is these are grants that were received already or are likely to be, I think these are all received already. There might be a couple more that are likely to be received. So Montana punched above its weight big time with the National Science Foundation. We've received these large National Science Foundation grants of several $1 million in the key areas that we just mentioned. So advanced manufacturing, disaster, quantum optics have all been, autonomous systems have all been recently awarded to the universities in this region. And why that's important is the EDA grant specifically also says you need to use other resources on the research side to show that you have the R&D capability to make these research discoveries, but then also be able to quickly commercialize them. Again, the three main authors for the application were the Montana University System, the Montana Chamber of Commerce, and the Montana Department of Commerce. And the Montana Department of Commerce sort of acted as a hub center in terms of some of the coordination for the other two partners. It seemed to work out pretty darn well. So when we talk partners, there are 18 key consortium members. Those range from the university, U of M, MSU, Ochi, Salish Kootenai College, include many industry partners, specifically those Bridger Photonics, Aurora, the Montana Photonics Alliance, Hyundai, who are actually actively pursuing and in this space, but also economic development members, as well as SWIB. So SWIB is one of the key consortium members represented by Wes. I mentioned 87 organizations. I'm going to just click on a few. Again, it's a broad range of organizations across the spectrum. So not only industry, but also economic development partners, workforce development folks, our tribal Director of Tribal Affairs at the state level, the STED Commission, other tribal entities, Lots of association, Montana Contractors, Ag Association, etc. So we did kind of an amazing thing, which is pull together this giant partnership, kept everybody together back in March, and we're able to continue that all the way through to the application. Here's a list of some additional partners. And again, only a partial list. I noticed here, one I forgot was a big deal, RDO equipment. And Adam Gilbertson, thank you so much for all your support and work on this. You'll also see that there's a couple of venture capital groups. That's another key part of this in terms of our ability not only to commercialize, but to get the funding both from industry as well as attract capital to commercialize. When I mentioned the photonics, this is just a quick slide that shows you how many photonics different companies have spun out from the work that started a really long time ago, back in the 80s, in Bozeman. And something that most people don't know is that the first laser that was developed in Lithuania, the crystal was actually constructed in Bozeman. So this is a technology that's been around a super long time. It's worldwide. We are global leaders in this specific area. As well as our partners in the autonomous system are leading the country in terms of what they're doing with drone technology. The two together, along with quantum, do things that feel really sci-fi. I was at the Montana Photonic Alliance conference last week and was watching the things that the new equipments, the new technologies that are coming out. It's fabulous and can do so many good things, particularly for the Montana economy and our workforce. So I've talked a lot about this whole application. What's the timeline? We are expecting a hub announcement end of October, 1st of November. The only glitch would be a shutdown. We have the last continuing resolution was 45 days, so we're hoping that the announcement will come prior to any other discussion about having to continue the government resolution to keep the government going. But EDA being part of that whole structure would be affected. But hopefully we're talking the end of this month, the 1st of November. The next phase will be due sometime in the spring. They will, as I mentioned, give out a minimum of 5 awards, probably not more than that. And so as a result, that application is going to be critical. I can tell you in the work that we did on this application, the consultants from America Achieve said our hub application was by far one of the best. They saw of the different groups that they worked with, I think they were working with 12 or more different hubs. And it was also the broadest. So we have a larger partnership, we have the technology, and we're actually further along because we did so much work early on in answering those questions, building the partnership. We're actually having a call tomorrow about how to structure a hub should we get this award. But I think something that's really important to think about is we don't necessarily need the award. So having done all this work, having created this partnership, it would be more difficult without getting a designation and a strategy grant, but it would not be something that couldn't continue. And so I think our approach to building a structure, working on this now, continuing this partnership to lead all this forward would be very beneficial, even if I feel pretty good about our chances on getting both the strategy grant and a designation. But in either way, I really do hope this work can continue. So how many applications were there? Well, there were 247 unique consortium members. Interestingly, again, 18 on ours. So we have a larger consortium than most, which also showed our representation again across university, government, tribal, rural, but specifically industry. There were 124 applications of entities that asked for both designation and strategy grants similar to us. And again, we'll see how that all falls out. That's all I got. If there's questions, Dustin, if you've got any other things you want to add, happy to take questions.
Are there any questions for Mary or Dustin? So one question, Mary, might be when, what is kind of the time range that Montana may hear about that phase one?
Sure. Yeah, again, what we're expecting, Wes, is that the end of this month, 1st of November, we'll hear who's awarded both the application grants as well as those designations. What we're really shooting for is a designation, because then we can apply for the money, the big money, the 75 million per year. That those only those hubs that are given a designation are eligible to apply for that phase 2 money. The 500,000 gets you a strategy grant, and there probably will be additional funding down the road, but for that immediate funding, you have to have received a designation out of this award, which will be announced the end of October, the end of November. Very quickly too, the other thing I want to mention is the key piece about workforce. So one of the parts of the application, and I'm happy to share the applications with anybody that would like to see them, talks about the development of workforce and the need to do the outreach across the whole region, but specifically rural and tribal areas. In our response in March, we talked a lot about how these are areas that are often left behind in these kinds of efforts to advance technologies, accelerate economies. That was a big selling point to EDA. So in our proposal, we have, again, representation on that 18-member consortium board to make sure that those rural and tribal outreach works not just with businesses, but specifically to engage workforce, to upskill workforce. Amy did a fantastic job talking about the availability of labor. This award could give a lot of new opportunities for folks to upscale, to enhance their careers, and find ways to participate that maybe they're not able to participate now.
I'm glad you mentioned workforce, Mary. That one of the things that we talked a little bit about this in Fargo, about interacting with the North Dakota Workforce Board. I know Wes has a great relationship with the North Dakota Workforce Board Director. And we've talked at our board meetings about that as well. If there's the ability to help stitch together sort of some common strategies across a broader region, we're certainly willing to help.
Absolutely. And a point about this application. So the requirements of the EDA were that it had to be tied to metropolitan statistical areas for this initial hub, but that was about the idea of where were these technologies located. It was not about the idea of where this hub could draw from or how large it could be. And we've had tremendous partnership with North Dakota partners, but also the university systems in Wyoming, in Idaho, in South Dakota, have all been part of working on these areas as partners on these two different technology areas. And so as we spelled out in our application, even though this particular hub is basically the quantum corridor between Missoula and Bozeman, that doesn't mean that that's the location of the hub. The hub is about investment in those technologies for the region, drawing from that region. It's not about locating some big physical structure somewhere. It's about using this money to accelerate technology and its ability to be commercialized quickly that adds to national and economic security.
Any comments, questions for Aaron?
Hey, Wes, this is Wes, real quick, this is Dustin DeYoung here. I'll speak to sort of the inertia and the alignment within the industry right now, as well as, the general atmosphere that really was the impetus to the national government bringing forward this project. It's really focused on national security, being the impetus behind this, and how we shore up the supply chain, utilizing funds within the CHIPS Act. And what we're doing in Montana and have been doing for the better part of 2 decades very well, has us recognized as a small cluster in photonics that is currently nationally competitive and globally competitive. And Mary and I traveled and took some tours with the Montana Chamber of Commerce, and then attended that OPTEC conference down at MSU and spoke with the Montana Photonics Industry Alliance, which is now rebranded itself to the Montana Photonics and Quantum Alliance, due to the fact that quantum sciences are really the leading edge of this industry. And I have to say, just like Mary was speaking to the exciting technologies that are coming out in drone technologies, autonomous systems, AI, and how photonics is being utilized in all of the sensing systems that make those industries possible, that is where the nation is hyper focused on a national security standpoint. We're starting to see drone technologies, it's something like over 70% of drone manufacturing is carried out in China. They're starting to hold on to that piece of the market tighter and tighter. And so we're trying to build out our supply chain there in the United States. Some great drone technology companies coming out of Bozeman, some other exciting technologies that are being implemented by people like RDO Equipment. And what we're doing on that smaller level with sensors and photonics and our advancements in quantum are being recognized back in DC. There was a committee hearing recently that Senator Tester was a part of, where he spoke about the Tech Hub. The director of the Department of Commerce, as well as the National Science Foundation, both spoke to the strengths within photonics and quantum development in the state. And not only are they focused on it, but industry is moving very quickly to build out their businesses, and they're being very successful. We're seeing Aurora build a 78,000 square foot manufacturing facility in the Bozeman area. We just had a photonics integrated chip manufacturer locate in the Gallatin area. These are the folks that are pushing industry very quickly into a space that the national government wants us to have a global foothold in. And that is driving demand for qualified workforce. So the things that we've been doing over the years in workforce development for these industries is really going to take off and accelerate rapidly. And the Tech Hub will be a big part of that, and a big discussion in how we supply the qualified workforce for these industries. What we've been doing at Gallatin College with 2-year degrees. MSU is now talking about providing a photonics and quantum specific 4-year degree program. And while those degrees are important, the demand and thirst by industry to get workers into their businesses and into their lab spaces is strong enough that they are pulling people from the universities as they are continuing their degrees. They're paying for them to continue their education while they work and develop the products within their companies. So I see a very high demand for these careers in the future, and it aligns very well with everything that the governor has said he wants to focus on for workforce development within the state. So it was really good, exciting time as we toured within the state of Montana and talk to regional partners, national partners, international partners. The things we are doing and are conducting here in the state are top notch. And I think if we can get this tech hub designation, we'll have a megaphone to say that we're here to play as a global leader.
I might just point out, and partly because it didn't get mentioned here, we in a rare show of bipartisan unity, both of our US senators are supporting this effort. Both voted for the bill. We've got great support from the state government. In the world we live in today, that's unique and rare. So it's a fantastic thing for the state of Montana to kind of take this opportunity and bring it forth and be a leader globally in a space that we've got a great history. So hopefully as it gets closer to fruition and that, and the announcements, we can continue that, that partnership between the university system, between industry, between commerce, and really lead the nation in this effort. So I'm really excited about that.
Thanks, Adam.
Yeah.
Any other comments, questions? Well, thank you very much for the presentation.
You bet.
I'm hesitant to say it's exciting because it's a massive understatement. It's an absolute game changer, the work that you're doing, and this is successful for Montana. Thank you very much.
Thanks. And the only way it got done was all these great partners, as we mentioned. So we'll just keep plugging together as we always do in Montana, joining together to make things happen. Thanks, Wes. Thanks, SWIB. Appreciate the time.
Thank you so much, Mary. And just for reference, this, among other presentations, all of them that are shared today are posted onto the SWIB meeting site and will be archived so you can access these PDFs should you wish to.
That brings us to our next topic, reentry job service coordination. Representative,
Yeah, panelists, you're welcome to find your seats and join us up there.
I don't see Barb.
We're missing one, but she has the last question, so she'll be our grand finale. No.
While we're setting up, Travis, if you have, I know your doppelganger very well. You walked in, I thought you were a dead ringer for a fellow that Bo Burisma used to work with at Billings High School, is now at Montana State Chamber. I can see that. Yeah. It's the beard.
It's good to know I got a stunt double out there somewhere.
He's a little shorter, but he can pass with the camera.
Well, thank you all for being here. And this was something that had I visited with Travis about, but I had also has come up in past conversations with you all. And we thought we would have a panel on some reentry opportunities. So we have some folks here from Billings, since we're in Billings, as well as from Helena, to join us to talk about the reentry opportunities that may exist. I have some pointed questions, but my hope is that this will just provide some more information and you all may have some questions. But before we get started, if I could have you all introduce yourselves. Gina, if you would like to go ahead and start.
Yeah, I'm Gina Floor, and I'm the director of passages here in Billings, our women's facility under Alternative.
I'm Joan Pratt. I'm the lead teacher of the Montana Women's Prison, and I teach computers there, pre-apprenticeship program.
And I'm Carrie Seekins Crow. I am in the legislature, and in the legislature, I actually serve on education and business and labor. But then I also now work for the Department of Labor on the engagement team. So I have this wonderful connection of all of these different things that hopefully are leading me down a path to be really helpful in the reentry.
And I'm Travis Anderson. I'm the Education Services Bureau Chief with the Montana Department of Corrections.
And I do just ask, just for the folks online, that you speak up just a little bit for the, so the owl can pick up your voice as well. But we'll go ahead and start, and if you don't like to answer this, can you please describe your experience with creating and promoting the education and training opportunities that exist with the Montana Women's Prison and Montana State Prison? And you have connections in the community to place former inmates upon reentry into a job or career path. And if you need me to repeat that at all, let me know.
Well, I can speak for the Montana Women's Prison. So there's a lot of educational opportunities there. We have 2 high set teachers with 3 high set classes. We do have a waiting list to get in those classes. And then we have pre-apprenticeship programs. We currently have administrative assistant, which requires 160 hours of the student's time in order to get that certificate from the state.
And I can kind of go with that as well. So we get women from all over the state, but we do get women that come to our pre-release, our reentry program directly from the Montana Women's Prison. And so our goal for reentry is helping them find gainful employment. So we have what's called an employment placement specialist, and she's built a lot of relationships with our employers in the community. So when we have a male or female come to one of our programs, we can reach out to them when we kind of see what the residents' needs are, what a good job fit would be. We do work heavily with job service. Jen Valen at Job Service is on our board, so we coordinate a lot with them as well. And then we do have a full-time high-set program for our women.
So I'm very new to my position in the engagement team. And as I was sitting around listening, and I had actually been working on certain pieces of legislation within the legislature about reentry. And but sitting there listening, I realized there's a lot of people doing a lot of really good things. But there were some pinch points in there, and there were there was some low hanging fruit that I believed that we could attack very quickly if we just communicated between the Department of Labor and the Department of Corrections for a beginning. I mean, there's other entities, community corrections and other private partners and other stakeholders such as healthcare that could also be a part of the solution. But I thought, let's just start a communication. And so actually last Tuesday, and Travis was a part of that, and I'm hoping to be here in Billings for us to continue this conversation shortly, but we decided to meet in Shelby first because we could do that quickly and start hitting some of that low-hanging fruit. And we had a great conversation last week to do that, to make sure that we have, for instance, high set up and running. We've got a couple places where for one reason or another that it had stopped. So get that back up and running. Or let's see if we can get job site ready, which is construction in a 2-week program, basically is what that is. Get that back up into Shelby because they've got the place, they've got the availability. Well, you don't have to have that full-time instructor there. And let's see if we can just attack those things that we don't need legislation and we don't need any more money. We just need to have conversations and people who are willing to make these adjustments. A lot of times they're not big adjustments, but they're really what we wanted to do. So we started off last Tuesday and are going to continue on through the different sites: Missoula, Butte, Great Falls, Helena, Billings, possibly Miles City or Glendive coming up here in the future. So that's kind of the area that I'm working in right now, and it's exciting.
Yeah. And I'm also relatively new in my position. I guess I'm coming up on the first year, so I'm not sure I can say I'm the new guy anymore. But one of the things that we've really been working on, and I will say that prior to my coming to the Department of Corrections, there was a 2-year educational work group, and I believe Representative Seacon-Crow was part of that work group that started to identify some of those areas where labor needs could be dovetailed with some of the work that's happening at the Department of Corrections. And really, I think one of the shifting focus is on twofold. One, reducing recidivism. That's a goal for all of us, and that will always be a goal for us with the Department of Corrections. But also number 2, identifying, for lack of a better term, felon-friendly labor markets, and then reverse engineering what those labor markets could look like, and how can we implement things in our facilities, whether it's through education, whether it's through career apprenticeships, whether it's through other kinds of programming on addressing those needs and those felon-friendly labor markets. And I think that's one of the areas where some of that conversation last week in Shelby was focused on that. And that's where I guess I'm most excited going forward is addressing those needs and then making those preparations so that we can meet those labor needs here in the state of Montana.
Can you further describe any of those felon-friendly labor markets? Can you further describe that for us, Travis?
Absolutely. I think there's a couple of them that, you know, one of them was discussed with a job readiness, construction site readiness, welding programming. I know there's been conversations of, you know, possibility of hospitality and tourism, whether we're talking hotel management or restaurant management, restaurant worker, hotel workers, those types of things. So those are some of, we're also implementing programming at the Montana State Prison of coding. We're with a company called The Last Mile. And we just actually 2 weeks ago had our first cohort graduate that learned coding programming. And again, I don't know enough about coding to actually speak it. I know enough to be dangerous. So that's some of the work industry. So everything from highly skilled labor, such as coding and welding and hospitality and tourism. And so those are the workforce needs that we really want to look to work toward. Commercial driver's license is another one that could be a possibility. I know we have some CDLs that are issued and truck drivers. So those are, to kind of answer your question, Wes, those are some of the felon-friendly industries that we're looking to prepare.
I could add too that most manufacturers are more than willing to hire. No.
And with the workforce the way that it is too, we're finding more and more are becoming felon-friendly. So it's very interesting.
Yeah, and I guess kind of, you know, looking at that too, there's a couple of them, you know, with some of the IT stuff, you know, a great example, we've had conversations about coding and IT, some of the technology pieces. But a position such as IT security, obviously probably isn't going to be one that's going to be felon friendly. So we're not going to spend time and energy down that path. I think that's just a really good caught example of one that we wouldn't look at as a possibility, but coding, web development, manufacturing, those are definitely ones that we're interested in pursuing.
We have a college program, licensed addiction counselor. That's a 2-year associate's degree. Our first cohort will graduate December of next year. Yeah, we'll have 4 women who will complete that program.
So a couple questions for you. What is the population of the women's prison? What percentage are participating in educational programs? And I understand there's a wait list. So is there a wait list due to workforce issues in regards to not being able to provide more?
There's a wait list because of space. And computer, we only have 10 computers. Yeah. But I would say it runs like 240. I think the max population is 250. And so it's mainly due to space. We don't have enough room for, because we could hire more staff to have more classes. We just don't have the room.
So the 240, what is the percentage that participate in?
I would say we have probably 50 women in education. About a fifth.
Is that something they get to choose whether they do it or not?
Well, a lot of them choose to do it. A lot of them are chosen high set. If they don't have a high set, we automatically enroll them or put them on the wait list. And if they don't want to choose, then we have to document that if they don't want to be in it.
Joan, question that I don't know if you have the exact percentage, but what is the percentage of women that come into the women's prison that do not have a high school diploma or a high set?
I would say roughly 15 to 20%?
Do not have one.
Correct.
Statistic, if I may, a statistic that I heard last week when we were actually in our meeting, that there's about 1,300 folks coming out of the prison system every year, and those that are available to work or capable of work, I don't know what that statistic looks like, but that's 1,300 that come out on parole, and then there's another 200 who just get released because they've spent their time in prison. But one thing, because what we have here in this state is DOC commit, so that basically, and we do have a DOC, what they want to do is make sure it's in the most rehabilitative, least restrictive place possible. So you can go into community corrections or right into parole instead of going into the prison system. And so there's those numbers as well. And Scott Eichner, who's head of programming and rehabilitation, is going to get those numbers to me. But so we also have that population as well. And when they do go into community corrections, they are expected to work at those facilities. But one thing that we found is that they're getting jobs immediately, and a lot of times very high paying jobs as well, that in construction or in fast food. But one thing, having these conversations that I've had, that we realized is that they're not getting a path at that moment of education or even, for future, a future path in their career. So what can we do as part of the engagement team or job service going in? One is making sure that we get a relationship established immediately, not as they're coming out, but immediately, to help them realize that 6 weeks in a welding class is actually going to get them a lot further than working at McDonald's for that 6 weeks. And that we also are going to help them get a resume right away, working with the DOC, also community corrections. Community corrections has had a real hard time right now, as you know, with just staffing. And so what does that look like, in helping them? So how can we come in alongside and from the Department of Labor and use what we do really well, community corrections are doing what they do really well, and help so that we've got fewer people going back into a recidivism, or so we can lower our recidivism rate and help the reentry process. And these are just the communications that we're having right now with the few of the places that we've had. We've got a lot more conversations to have in the future, but that's what also we've been working on as well.
So would that be like case management or kind of making sure that there's someone there who's speaking with them and working through that process and that pathway? Yes. Now it's really wonderful because the prison system, and maybe Travis can answer this a little bit better. The prison system has hired somebody, Christy Cobbin, is that her last name? And she's absolutely phenomenal, got a great background, but her job is over case management. And so she'll be working with, and they're also working on a new technology system, and maybe you can talk about that. I know I'm probably the least to talk about all this, so that they can start tying all this together, so that right away when somebody enters the system, they've got this data, so that they're not trying to pull together a resume, after they've been in prison for 5 years. But it also pulls together the certificates, the training that they've gotten in the prison system, as well as anything, in Travis's program or anything to community corrections, and it travels with them from, the very beginning all the way through the in and on through parole as well. So that's one of the goals. I mean, that's a long-term goal. I mean, we've got the low-hanging fruit that we're trying to accomplish right now, but then there's those long-term goals. And so case management then, because you've also got the IPPOs, and then you've also got the case management that happens within community corrections as well. So, but just to tie that together a lot better is one of the goals in the future. Did I answer that correctly?
Yeah, that's,
Okay.
and I would just expand on that a little bit. I think some of the things that we're doing is, I guess for lack of a better term, we're trying to be more proactive and less reactive with these types of things like this. Like any other large state agency, the Department of Corrections can be kind of siloed at times, where, case management, education, security, all do great things, but sometimes in isolation. I'm trying to figure out ways that we can have those individuals, case management, working with education to prepare a resume, to prepare application packets. I know there was some great information that was shared. All right, shared last week, on how to help build some of those application packets. And one of the things that we want to do is, for lack of a better term, in our new offender management system, it's a large data warehouse where we track everything from sentencing restrictions to sentence length to security restrictions to, you know, any information that we would want to have on an offender. But also have information related to education, information related to pre-apprenticeships in there. And ultimately, the goal would be to have, I use the term transcript because I'm a former educator and that just makes sense in my mind, but to be able to generate a transcript on that individual of everything that was accomplished educationally, through industry pre-apprenticeship on a form that could be easily identified and easily read by a prospective employer that could be attached to a resume or an application packet, to help as part of that. And again, those are long-term goals, but that's also things that we're doing in the now to try and build toward some of those long-term sustainability of this. I guess the other part of it too, and I know we've all seen that in state government where there's a lot of great ideas, and until we can make it systemic within our system, it just becomes that so-and-so's idea. And there might have been some really good traction on it, but we really want to build that and really feel strongly that we start building that with the idea that, I guess Director Duke and, he's very visionary. One of the things he always says is we want to work ourselves out of a job. And so everything we're trying to do right now with that focus on recidivism and lowering recidivism rates and helping with job force readiness is working ourselves out of a job. And that's kind of the focus. That's what we're really working for.
So how many detainees are there in the prison system across Montana?
I don't have the exact number. It's around 2,500.
Okay, and then something like 1,000 come out. Was it?
There's 1,300. That was the number I was given that do come out. I don't know, because not all of those are capable of working. And we can probably get a number as we're tracking this, but there's about 15,000 in the system as a total, because the ones that are coming out of the prison are not the same numbers that we have in community corrections.
Okay.
Always. We do get some, you do get some in prison. So I've tried to learn about this these last couple of years. I've been in the legislature. A DOC commit itself, if you've been in the DOC system, and this is why this last session, the legislature redefined what the recidivism definition was. Because if you go into the prison system, and you go back in within 3 years, that was considered recidivism. But there's a lot of people who don't go into the DOC that's got a file that's this thick, and they're not considered part of that. So we did redefine that, and that's going to be helpful, I think. And we did that with the DOC itself. So they could also track those numbers, what they look like, because if there's a problem, we need to figure out how to solve it.
Sure. So when Amy was given her numbers, that 13,000 people looking for jobs, that wouldn't include folks coming out of correction. Okay, so this is an add-on to potential folks.
Yeah, and how many of those 1,300 that we've got are hireable, or, plus that other number that I don't know yet coming from community corrections, but how many are hireable? We're trying to increase that so that we've got a bigger pool that are hireable, that are desirable, and that are going to really be able to help. And I think it's a very important pool, because those folks that are coming out that do have the training, do all of a sudden are there to help their families, they become a very important pillar of the community. I mean, I've been working I'm also a realtor with a couple folks who come out of the system, and they're just dynamic. And I'm very blessed to be able to work with them and help them, and they're very important in the community and to their families, and for, the future of this community as well, for those who've been in the system. So that's one reason why I'm very passionate about helping with this.
So it would seem like all of them, I mean, everybody who comes out of the system needs to go get a job, right?
Well, you have some that are going to be too elderly, or have, Well, and there's some other reasons too, health wise. I mean, there are different reasons why somebody won't be able to be a part of the labor pool at that point, just like we do in our communities.
Yeah,
That
is it
number
about the same percentage? I mean, is it the majority, do you think?
I'm not sure.
Be expected to come out and get a job or?
The reality is about, and I don't have the exact numbers, but upwards of 90% of the individuals that are incarcerated right now in a prison system, and I'm not referring to community corrections and all that, I'm just discussing just straight incarcerated right now in the Montana Department of Corrections. Around 90% or even a little bit more will get out at some point in time, right? So most of them, most of the folks that we're dealing with will be released at some point in time. So looking at that, we look at sentence length. I think that's another factor too, when we run programming. We really, if it's a job ready program, such as coding or some of these other programs, we're gonna target those individuals that are set to be released in the next 5 years, right? Because it doesn't make sense to run someone through a coding program that's in year 2 of a 20-year sentence. Because by the time that individual's released, you know, they'll be downloading Napster, you know, right? Thank you, us older folks. So we want to make sure that to be as nimble as we can with the workforce needs, we're targeting those individuals that are within 5 years of release or parole. So I mean, that's kind
Is that a
of,
lot of them? Or is that?
it actually is quite a bit.
Okay. So it's a big source of opportunity for us.
And I don't know, Travis, maybe you can answer this. I thought that I heard like average stay in the prison system right now it's not much more than 5 years.
I don't know what the average is. I know,
I mean, there's some people who are there lifers, but.
correct. And certain facilities, the women's prison tend to be shorter sentences than many of the folks that we have at the state prison, for example. Some of our other facilities, Pine Hills for another COD example, the adults that are at Pine Hills are very, very short sentences. They're, 6 months or less for the most part. So trying to figure out how do you do that programming in those facilities where sentence length is a factor, and so at a COD example for at the women's prison, if the average sentence length, and just using COD numbers, is 2 years, it doesn't make sense to implement a 4-year program. Right, so we have to keep that in mind too, as we're looking at programming or things like that, is to take into account sentence length, release date, all those types of things factor into making those decisions, as well as workforce needs, and they're both, short-term and long-term.
And one of the things that Travis is doing, maybe you can speak to, is specifically how you're implementing a welding program.
Yeah, thank you. A really big shout out to Helena College. We've been working with them, and also Great Falls College. Great Falls College owns it's a semi-trailer. It's a mobile welding trailer. I don't know. Again, I know enough about welding to say welding. I don't know how to weld or anything like that, but it's the welding trailer that's owned by Great Falls College has 6 welding bays and a classroom space on the trailer. We worked with Helena College to design curriculum it's a 4-week curriculum program that would be a D11 limited welding certificate using that trailer and designed to be implemented in a secure setting. And that's one of the things that I think is kind of a game changer, is we're just looking to work with our partners, in the university system, working with labor partners and design programs to be implemented in a secure setting. It sometimes is a square peg in a round hole when you try and take what's been done outside and then implement it in a secure setting when they're not factoring in things like inmate movement, chow, which actually ends up becoming quite a big deal. I know Joan can definitely speak to this, that implementing a program that doesn't factor those types of things in can be hugely problematic. And so Helena College, we just met with them last week. They just unveiled the curriculum that was designed, and they hit the ball out of the park. We're so excited. We're going to be running a pilot program in the spring, and then the idea then we'll have that trailer at the secure facilities, and we can put it inside the fence and teach welding regardless of what the facility has to offer. So we're really excited about that. But with this now, we won't have to build a welding classroom at the women's prison. We can move that, we can have that trailer here in Billings and have women at the women's prison learn welding and become D11. I think that's a certification, a certified D11 welder upon release. So I think that's kind of exciting that those types of things are happening at the Department of Corrections.
And then it'll move around. So Shelby will have it and the men's prison but also through the engagement team, I've got a phenomenal colleague who has put together a program through Great Falls College, a welding program. And what we're finding out is employers are asking for people to come in and not fully trained, come in with just the basics. And then they will continue to train them. And so that's what's really, really neat about this program and some of the other programs that are being implemented throughout the state, especially in welding. So
Does Great Falls College and Helena College, when they bring the trailer on site, do they provide the instructors or do you have the instructors on your side?
That's a great question. How we work it right now is because we have so many great campuses across the state. When we take that trailer to, say, Dawson, we'll work with Dawson Community College to have a welding instructor available in Dawson. That way, we're not paying for the travel, we're not paying for the per diem, but we're also not having to take an instructor out of Helena College for 4 weeks, right? So I think it becomes a win-win for everybody that we work with our various partners across the state to leverage this. So when we have that, when we move it around the state, we'll work with those campuses that are near those facilities to provide instructors, or if we have those instructors on our own, then we can provide those instructors as well. You know, so that's kind of what we're looking at doing is not just partnering with Helena College and Great Falls College, but also other campuses across the state.
and what's really exciting about this too is because the workforce has really struggled. Teaching and programming has really struggled through our facilities because of workforce. I mean, Shelby really struggles for that, but using technology itself and using these kind of mini programs, these micro programs are really going to help out with programming and then the reentry process as well. So it's really exciting to change the paradigm of how education has been within the prison system at a time that we definitely need programming, but we're really struggling with workforce ourselves to get the instructors.
So, Chris, so we did a 1-week manufacturing boot camp in both the state prison and the women's prison. And of course, we had troubles with trying to teach them how to use a micrometer when we couldn't get them out of the facility. It kind of made me think that maybe the next option is to do with pre-release programs. Is that the case? And also you didn't have, they weren't allowed to get on the internet, so you couldn't do any online training. So is that still an issue?
Yes. It's making that balance between security. I mean, it's always the #1 priority, right? Everyone wants to stay secure. And then also with the internet, one thing too that we're running up against and we're trying to figure out too, is sentencing restrictions. So we get individuals, again, caught example, that might be on a sex offense. And they have a sentencing restriction that the judge has set on the computer. So how do we square that circle, right? And they provide programming for that individual when it's definitely a court order from a judge that says this individual is not to be on the computer. So how do we? That it does sometimes limit what program an individual may or may not be eligible for. It's some of those sentencing restrictions. We're just trying to figure out the best way we can to provide programming, but also what could be available for that individual.
But Patty, that's a great idea, and that's something I know with at that level.
And I do, Patty, I do think that some of the answer to that might be release or some of those reentry services. Maybe some of them might not be the best fit for inside the fence, so to speak, but as Representative Seekins Pro said, there's a whole lot more to the DOC than just what's in the prison. There's the whole community corrections and some of those great partners like Passages that could be a great spot to implement some of these ideas.
Love the conversation. That's great that you've all self-directed that. So thank you. But as we continue, another question, especially for maybe Gina, from working with those that are going through the reentry process directly, what connections have you made with local workforce opportunities to help some of the women that are, and others you said, not just women, but coming through your program?
Yeah, so like I mentioned, so all the women and men, I'll speak for our men's program as well. Anyone that comes into the building does a 2-week long field class with our employment placement specialist. And that employment placement specialist, like I said, has built community relations with a lot of employers, job service, or rehab. And so being that we have those relationships established, we can really fit our female or our male in a job that's suitable for them. And so in Passages has been open for 17 years, so that's been 17 years of building those relationships. And something that we hear from employers a lot is that our women from Passages or our men from Alpha House, they like having them as employees because in that reentry process, there's a high level of accountability. So they know they're likely going to show up, they're going to be on time. And so they like to hire our women. There are a couple of barriers with that, like having to show up for a drug test or something like that, but I know that those are things that are being discussed, and usually those companies that are filling for leave, they know, they're aware that there's going to be a couple of those issues that pop up, but they're usually pretty amenable to it.
Well, as we continue this conversation, something that I had asked Barb to be here that we've talked about. Can you please, Barb, tell us about the Proud Grant recently earned by the Montana Department of Labor and Industry, and how will it increase the coordination collaboration with our partners here today and elsewhere throughout the state?
Thanks, Beth. Everybody, Barb Wagner. We just recently received something called it's a Proud 2 grant. It's the second round of these Proud grants, and they come from the feds. It's a collaboration between the U.S. Department of Labor, the U.S. Department, the Board of Prisons, and the Justice Department. And it is targeted at people who are exiting federal custody. So it won't necessarily immediately impact state level people who are exiting state level custody, but it will, we do have the Department of Corrections on our advisory board for this grant. So we do hope to have some learning outcomes that are transferable. So what the concept of the grant is that, as Gina was saying, we actually have pretty good employment outcomes while people are in residential reentry centers because they have a large amount of accountability. They have to check in regularly. Employers really like that, and we have pretty good, stable employment outcomes. But then what happens is they exit the facility and they go into the workforce, and they don't necessarily have that same structure and support. They don't have people checking in on them as much. And during that gap, as they transition out of the residential reentry center, we lose a lot of people. They drop out of the labor force for one reason or another. They, start to have problems because they don't have as much case management anymore. So the concept of the Proud grants are to, provide services that bridge that gap and provide structure that starts in the residential reentry center and continues as they're in the workforce. So the grant proposal is 2.7 million over the next 4 years. And we're working with Passages and Alpha House as one of our residential reentry centers, and then also the Great Falls Residential Reentry Center. And we are hoping to put the clients into apprenticeship training, and the apprenticeship relationship will continue both while they're in the residential reentry center and then continue as they exit. So that provides stability as they make that transition. And we're also going to pick them up with greater case management provided by our job service staff when they're out into the labor force. So while they're case managed in the residential reentry center, that happens under the existing funding and contract. this will be the additional funding pays for the establishment of an apprenticeship that transitions them into the workforce and then also continues additional case management afterwards. And we're also setting up a mentoring program after that point as well as a part of the grant. So there's some interesting things that what the grant really pays for is 2 additional apprenticeship staff to really be working with employers. So for the special population is what we need as employers to kind of sign on for the apprenticeship training. And they are going to have to be willing to provide time off for all of the things that need to be done to meet the requirements in the residential reentry center. So that will be a special relationship. They might be a little bit more difficult to recruit than the average apprentice sponsor. And then we're going to, also pay for 2 job service staff, one in Great Falls and one here in Billings, to work with the clients as they're in the workforce and as they transition and continue to be successful in the workforce. So the other component of this is just federal, people who are exiting federal custody, which tends to be a lot of Native Americans in Montana because of the BIA jurisdiction on reservations. So a lot of those clients want to return home to their home communities. So we're also hoping through this grant to increase the number of sponsors in tribal communities so that those individuals can return home to their home community as they're exiting their confinement. So I know that you are one of our partners on this. I'll let you have a chance to say something about it if you want. We're still in the, one more thing, this first 6 months of the grant is a planning period, which is really ideal. We got this application in and very excited about the possibilities, but there's still a lot to plan on it. So we are setting up our advisory board right now, and then we're going to be working with our partners to get that done.
Yeah, I think it's very exciting, and so it's going to be great for our federal residents, and I hope that we can open it up for our state residents as well, because I agree 100%. You have that 4 to 6 months of this high accountability when you're in a reentry center, and then you leave, and you don't have all of that, and that's where we see people fall off. And so to have that to follow it up is going to be huge. So we're excited to see what it means, and we have our federal contract numbers are lower, and so I think it's good to open it up to our state. Yeah, so we're hoping to find some initial success through the grant, and if that ends up working out, and I'm sure we'll find things that we can do better in the future, and hopefully we can expand that to more populations if it's successful. There's also a fair amount of evaluation funded in the grant, like, the economist, there's a quarter of an economist in there too, to make sure we're tracking the success of the clients as they exit and to see where we're having problems dropping. If they're not successful, why? So we're also include that.
So is this for both women and men in the federal level, and so how many people in these 2 sites, Great Falls and Dennis?
So I know for us, we have about 7 federal residents in-house and 3 that are out on home confinement. So they have an angle for split and so they're out on home confinement. And Alpha's more about 30 male.
So it's not a huge number of participants. This is very much a pilot program at this point in time. There's about 60 altogether, and then 120. So there's 60 at any given time of the federal people in federal custody in Montana, and then about 120 per year. We're not going to be putting that many through apprenticeships. We're going to probably be cherry picking the clients that are most likely to succeed. I'm not going to lie about that. The feds are actually really excited about this proposal because of the use of apprenticeship. This is the second round of crowdfunding, and we're the first state that have said, hey, this apprenticeship is a perfect scenario to create structure when they start in the residential reentry and they continue after. So they were really excited about that. And so, I mean, even though this isn't a huge number of people that we will end up with apprentices, it is that's why they're really excited about this, is if it's successful, they can use it not just with other people in the state of Montana, but also across other states as well. So
You use the word needing on the tribal reservation sponsors. Now, is that a business sponsor apprenticeship program or an individual sponsor or a mentor?
Great
what do you mean
question.
by-
So when I use the term sponsor, I mean an apprenticeship sponsor. So an employer who is, sponsoring that apprenticeship program and training that individual in. But there is one of the components that's required as part of the Proud to grant, mentoring program. And we're not 100% sure how that's gonna look quite yet. That's one of the things we said we detail out in the planning period. But they do want to have, just in many ways, we want to create an environment where there's structure that continues between those two phases, right? The two stages. So the mentoring relationship should start while they're still in their residential reentry and then continue after. So we can just provide, stable structure is really what it is, so that they're not like in a very strict regiment and then nothing, right? We need to like transition them through.
So I think the hardest part isn't just where they're working, it's when what they're doing on their off hours. So is that part of the mentorship program as well too, that what activities are going to have them being involved in when they're outside of work?
I think that that's a really great question, that I don't know the answer to yet, but I think that that's a really great point, right? Like they have so much of their day like determined for them, and then all of this freedom, right? It's like a freshman hitting their first 2 weeks of college, right? They go a little wild with all their freedom that they have. And I mean, we've all been there. So I think that's how we end up structuring that is kind of undefined right at the moment.
So I know there's a program in Great Falls, it's called the Sober Life. So it's working with people that have gone through addictions. They're free now, but they provide activities several during the week. And so it's continuing to grow outside of Great Falls as a hub up into the Highland and whatnot too. So it's a model program you might want to take a look at, partnering with, or what are you guys doing to help again, provide activities outside of work to keep folks engaged in their communities?
That's great. I'll definitely touch base with you, because I think there's a lot of good programs we can model on there. A lot of them related to some type of addiction. And I think that's a proven model, right? So I think that's where we want to start with it. So.
Thank you all very much for your time and for the information. We'd welcome you to join us for lunch if you wanted to. And in the meantime, we will have another presentation at 12:15, but you are all welcome to get your lunch and then mingle around and 20 minutes. But otherwise, thank you all for being here and for your information. And hopefully this is just a slight glimpse into the world of all of the folks that can help you and solving some workforce issues with a population that hasn't been taken advantage of in Montana as much as we could. So thank you. Those of you online, hope you enjoy your lunch. We'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Last year. Put some of our proud grant.
Before you my little grandkids like this, I got scared. I mean, I was so on this all, them kids in front of me, I got lost.
And they're
Couldn't
really
get out.
excited as well. So.
We'll reconvene here.
Yeah.
Next up is Joe Thiel with OCHI, NEDA Education Design Labs. Scott, please continue to eat. And Joe, I will turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Chair Hoffoff. I want to say thanks to you, thanks to Wes, thanks to Commissioner Swanson for giving me some time at your meeting today. Really the focus of my time is on our 2-year and community colleges across the state. It's great to kind of talk about this project, just following a lot of the good conversation with corrections about reentry and some of the ways they're engaging on that front. I think you all know we have 12 campus locations around Montana that really focus on 2-year education and workforce development. That's where they specialize. And that group comes together every other week. We've been doing a lot of work, setting some priorities, setting some shared initiatives. And that's kind of where I'd like to start today. We're going to do a deep dive into one initiative in particular that the SWIB has been a partner on, that DLI has been a partner on, that the Montana Economic Developers Association has been a partner on. But I think it'd be helpful for you all to kind of see where this group of 2-year colleges, as well as the Board of Regents, sees that project fit into our larger strategic picture. And this is kind of how we're framing our larger strategic picture right now. That 2-year education, workforce development, our 2-year campus is kind of focused on 3 large projects at the moment. First, how we improve the high school to college to career pipeline. So many of you know about our 1-2 Free initiative, provides 2 free college courses through the Montana University System or Montana Community Colleges for all Montana high school juniors and seniors. That has contributed to a huge increase in access and participation to dual enrollment coursework. But dual enrollment coursework in and of itself is, I think, useful in lowering the cost of college, meaning so students get through college more quickly. Increasingly, where we want to go next is to have students complete certifications in high school that have value in and of themselves, complete an entire credential. And that's where Montana's Future Work, we had a recent summit last week that's really focusing on where are those credentials that through dual enrollment, supported by 1-2 Free, supported by the recent partnerships with you and WIOA through the WIOA Youth Waiver, bringing new resources in this space. Can we have students complete a valued, industry recognized, college recognized credential before they graduate from high school? A second focus is on industry supported and aligned training. And you can see this is a big box, but we recognize we need to get better at our strategies of how is it clear to students what their college credentials are going to lead to in terms of the occupations, the careers, the industries that they can work in. And increasingly, that means bringing industry more into the curriculum, into supporting students through the curriculum, into providing opportunities for work-based learning, into providing early correct connections so that they can see where that training is leading to and have perhaps an early on-ramp to employment with a Montana business. And there I'll talk a little bit about our MUS Sprint Degree Initiative. That's an initiative that's really focused on taking, the traditional model of higher education degrees, a 4-year bachelor's degree, a 2-year associate's degree, and seeing with support from an industry partner, can we answer a couple of important questions for students? Can we shorten those degrees substantially? And can we provide them an ongoing connection with an employer who'd be interested in hiring them once they graduate, and have that employer provide some of the support that they need to get through on that accelerated timescale? And so just to give you an example, some of our initial sprint degrees are in paramedicine, shortening a 2.5-year degree to 1.5 years, and human services with a focus on supporting folks in nursing homes and those type of occupations, shortening a 4-year degree to 2.5 years. And then finally, having a better infrastructure for high quality and flexible pathways. I think you've all heard a little bit from Accelerate Montana over time, who's really thinking about the non-credit infrastructure that our colleges can bring to bear outside of the usual 4-credit pathways. We're also doing a lot of work thinking about the infrastructure to recognize prior learning, recognizing for college credit all of the experiences that potential students get through work, through the military, through other certifications that happen outside of an institution of higher education. And then finally, the Education Design Labs, which is what we're calling our Year to Career initiative. And that, I think, is, as you'll hear, really an attempt to tie a lot of these pieces together in a fashion that is really targeted at serving our dual enrollment high school population, but also our population of working adults with some college, no degree, adults for whom our typical degree pathways and timelines perhaps aren't the best fit, but who we want to get to a valuable credential that both gets them directly into a job, but also contributes if they want to come back at a later date for future study. And just to give you a broad sense of where we're seeing these fit into key student populations in Montana and the changes that we think as colleges and universities we want to make to serve those students better. 2 focus populations for this group of 2-year college. One is our traditional group of Montana high school students. And I think there's a lot to be proud of on this front. A decade ago, our best estimate is about 1 in 10 Montana high school students participate in early college coursework through the university system. This past year, that increased to about 1 in 3. So we have substantially more students accomplishing college credit during high school, and not small amounts of college credit. On average, these students are completing 6 college credits while they're in high school before they graduate. So huge improvements there. One of the issues is that those credits are often disconnected from a career pathway, a college major. And so what we're seeing as our next space to go on the dual enrollment front is, how do we make it so that we have credentials that work across all of our units of a university system, perhaps work across also our tribal colleges, that are credentials that can be completed in high school, that lead directly to some form of employment, but also show some contribution to degree progress. And so our phrase here is we don't want random acts of dual enrollment. We want thoughtful acts of dual enrollment that give students some progress along a career pipeline or clearer progress towards a college degree. And then second, Montana working age adults. You see across these two categories, those folks who have just a high school degree, also folks who have some college but no degree. It's north of 260,000 people in Montana, where frankly, I think a lot of our existing pathways aren't that responsive to their needs. They need to be more flexible. They need to be more affordable. Oftentimes they need to be shorter term and have points where people can come and make progress towards their next job promotion, their next job, the next skills that they need. They need to have better pathways to recognize the learning that happens outside of higher education. And so across these two categories, these are some of the changes that we think as two-year colleges we're working to through these initiatives. And that's really where the Education Design Lab comes in. So I will forgive you all if you have not heard of the Education Design Lab. It's a national organization whose real expertise is working with community colleges around the country to better work with industry and to develop shorter credentials that are responsive to kind of the needs, the lifestyle of working adults, working learners, folks for whom a traditional college path might not work as well. And the Education Design Labs team, through their project called the Community and College Growth Engine Fund, has worked with north of 50 two-year colleges around the country, including a few college systems in states like Colorado, Arizona, Idaho, to really bridge that design divide between those student populations, the industries who need them to upskill, and colleges. And I will say, we first approached the Education Design Labs about this work in 2020. At that time, I want to particularly recognize the work of the Montana Business Assistance Corporation, Brian Obert, Chris Manos, the Montana Economic Developers Association, who worked with us to try and get Montana into the first cohort of the Community College Growth Engine Fund. It didn't work out at that time, but we kept in contact. And over time, we thought that partnership between economic developers, between our two-year colleges in the state of Montana, some philanthropists in Montana and around the country who wanted to bring this project to our state, found that the time was right this year to launch a Montana cohort. So to give you some sense of what we're trying to do, we're trying to build this kind of missing bridging credential, this missing piece between very short-term training, the very short-term single course dual enrollment that we often offer, and traditional associates and bachelor's degrees that our colleges and universities offer. And the term for that bridging credential is a micro credential. So these are really meant to encompass things that some happen within higher education in the for-credit space. Some happen as non-credit industry recognized training, but they have this characteristic of short-term, can be completed in a year or less, bring these different components of learning together into a credential that's driven by industry, validated by industry, recognized as an entry credential for an in-demand occupation. And then third and importantly, have some ongoing cachet in higher education. They have a way to contribute towards further learning if students later on, because they want to move up in their job search, need some further training, because they get laid off during a recession, want to come back and get a further credential, they don't start at square zero. This is just giving you a few of the design criteria we're using when we're defining what these micro pathways are meant to be and what they're meant to accomplish. And also just want to give you a sense and an example from Colorado. Again, I think this is an example in behavioral health, behavioral mental health assistance. Often in many states, including Montana, there's not kind of an established what if folks need to know to get hired in that space and who's providing some of that training and curriculum. And so Colorado had a major focus on behavioral health pathways when they worked with the education design labs. And this is an example. Some of the key characteristics you can see, they're splitting out pieces of this micro-credential. Some are offered in the for-credit space, some are offered in the not-for-credit space. They include a 24th century, or some would call it a soft skill, some training that's specifically trying to address some of those skills that employers say many students are missing when they come out of traditional degree pathways, all to lead to this credential for a behavioral health assistant that has a mapping both to how do you move up on the wage scale, but also gives you 10 credits towards further degrees that are mapped out across the Colorado system. And so what we have and what we're planning to do is that we have all 12 of Montana's two-year colleges. We anticipate that we might also have a couple of tribal colleges join on to participate in this work, agreeing that we're going to undertake this effort. We're going to develop as a team 18 to 20 micro pathways across multiple industries that are designed to kind of serve this bridging space. And I want to say one of the things that's been really helpful in this process is the support that we've had through the Department of Labor and Industry. I know that Wes and Paul met with the Education Design Labs team early on when we were scoping this project last year. And so thank you for your early support. And also our economic developers around the state. So the Montana Economic Developers Association has been right alongside us through this entire process and are going to be really key. You all are going to be really key. MEET is going to be really key as we get into the actual design work here. The selection of industries that we focus on, the selection of occupations that we're designing around, to help us bring employers to the table in this design process, to help us think where we can weave resources to address some of the barriers that the students we want to serve through these credentials have, to make this all work as envisioned. And as envisioned, I think what we're hoping comes out of this is some great national expertise to help us pilot some better tools and processes for bringing colleges and industry employers to work at scale on curriculum design across the state. Second, working together as colleges so that as we're designing these pathways, we can also figure out how do we offer them more statewide? How do we do that sustainably? Where are the needs and what are the ways that we can collaborate to make sure that the programs are available where they're needed most? And then finally, to provide some clarity for students. If we can design these together, then it makes it easier to communicate these together to either the dual enrollment population or to working adults, that these are some training opportunities and pathways that are particularly valuable and useful because they've been validated and designed with employers, because they're available and designed for kind of your population to access and use, and because they have this ongoing value of contributing to your further upskilling and training. So where we're kind of in the pre-design phase. We have our colleges on board, getting familiar with the Education Design Lab's prior work and process, starting to gather some of their preferences and ideas for focus occupations and industries, gathering labor market information, leveraging the labor market information available through the Department of Labor to get some early concepts for where we want to focus this effort over the coming year to 2 years. And our expectation is here in the next few weeks, we'll be reaching out to you and to the other partners representing industry and employers to get your views on some of those concept focus areas. But then we'll be working pretty quickly through the rest of this process to design and launch and start tuning some of these pathways, with the hope that some of them will begin launching next spring. Now, I want to mention one other piece of this, and that is that we're also working with the Education Design Labs and working as a system of institutions to think about, do we have the data infrastructure to evaluate our success in this space? And so you should know, when it comes to traditional courses and degree pathways, we have excellent data infrastructure. We have great data infrastructure if you are taking a 4-credit college course. If you complete a degree, we're able to work with Barb and the Department of Labor and also the US Census to track those students through to employment. And we use that pretty regularly to assess, are our campuses programs paying off for the students who take them? Where we have less infrastructure is in the non-credit, the less formalized training spaces, in tracking industry recognized credentials that are not granted through a higher education institution. And that's a space that the Education Design Lab, working with this group of different institutions across the country, has been developing a model that we're hoping to bring to our institutions so that we have some greater commonality on how are we recognizing and counting non-credit training? How are we linking that with other data and information so that we can understand whether these programs have an ROI, if they're delivering what we hope that they deliver. So with that, everybody, I'm very happy to open up if there are comments or questions. Again, I think that this project's been a long time in gestation, but is moving pretty quickly now. And we're hopeful that the good partnerships we have across the state, the participation of all of our colleges in this work is going to develop some models that help us to work more expeditiously together in future, and also give us some of the underlying infrastructure we need to make decisions on, are these pathways paying off? How do we grow, scale, and sustain them?
Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, Joe, it's Adam Gilbertson. Good to see you again. As I'm listening to you present this and thinking about some of the work we're doing in the construction space, where Build Montana has kind of become a baseline in the high school to create this interest level, and then thinking about all the different careers that are possible to achieve in that industry, which stretches from engineering to diesel technicians, to machine operators, to business ownership. Do you envision a way in this structure to be able to, we're going to send the student as an example to a diesel program, and it's a 4-year program up at Haver. We should be sending 30 a year, but we're only, swinging at the fences to get 8 because it's hard to convince young people to go to Haver for 4 years. If I had a program that allowed me to kind of braid that education process into work, that go for a short amount of time, pick up these skills, have the opportunity to set that to a new level and go to a new path, maybe change directions in my career, because I saw something else I really enjoyed, but do you see this framework as creating that possibility?
Adam, in short, yes. I think that's kind of the hope, is that, hey, we have these experts that have a pretty thorough design process that they've trialed in, 10 states across 50 colleges, where their focus and expertise is, we have a lot of folks trying different things to solve workforce challenges, but not necessarily a cohesive design that brings them together sensibly. And there's a lot of tools in that toolbox: apprenticeship, non-credit training, what colleges and universities traditionally do. Let's bring the right folks together in an intentional process to design what makes sense for different industries. And let's have some tools to assess, hey, what does the learner need for this to make sense? What does the employer need for this to make sense? And one of my objectives in trying to get our colleges to do this work with the education design labs is to say, hey, there's a lot of partnerships. Build Montana is a great example, where there's work happening that we don't have a good enough process or pathway to lead into what we do. In this design process, let's figure out where we bring that work in, for exactly the reason you described, that there's not that bridging link that makes sense for a lot of students.
Well, and probably from my perspective in industry, this isn't an either or between the trades and higher ed. It needs to be an and.
Totally.
Creating these on-ramps and off-ramps at the appropriate places. We were really excited in the first year. We got two of these guys to go full-time from 18 years old. They're both now at the university in Missoula, which is a great success story, but it was never what we intended. But if we think about it in a bigger picture, it's a really good thing for the state if we can broaden that opportunity and talk to our young people in high schools and say, here's how you get on the path. And this path is not going to steer you only one place, but it could open up all these possibilities for you to stay here and find a great career in Montana if you start. It seems like this is a really good thing.
And just one other thing I'll emphasize, and it's been part of my logic, is I think, Montana, probably on average, we have the smallest average size of two-year colleges around the country. We have, if you count not all of our tribal colleges are specifically 2-year, but if you count our tribal colleges, we have 19 campus locations, institutions that have 2-year programming, and all but a couple of them in a good year have under 1,000 student FTE. What Montana also has is we have about the smallest average firm size. So if you're thinking about businesses, we're a state of entrepreneurs, we're a state of sole proprietorships. And so there's not as much the anchor employers that other states' community colleges design for or design around. And so I think we really got to think about what's our model to make this efficient, so that for our colleges, if we can design our curriculum together, then it makes it easier for us to offer it together in more places around the state. And when we're talking about understanding what curriculum is needed by industry, having good processes to source that across, hey, it's not 2 or 3 anchor employers, it's dozens and dozens of very, very small businesses. And that's part of where I think the SWIB, the Department of Labor, your business engagement team, our economic developers, our industry associations, as we kind of in this first pilot stage focus in on particular occupations, having you all alongside driving that part of what does industry need, how are we sourcing that information, how are we using that to inform not only the curriculum we're designing in these micro pathways, but how it links to other things we're already doing, and how it links to the supports we're providing students to get into and through.
Shane from the Great Falls Area Chamber, and these are conversations we're having in Great Falls with our college. And it goes right along with what Adam said. If we can have someone take classes, whether remotely or online in the morning, then they're going in that afternoon, applying them on the job with the mentor, with someone working with them, because it's more than just going to a lab with the same instructor teaching it. Now you're saying, okay, here's the situation, here's what you do, but you also need to be aware of these other situations that can come up. So there's more learning. You've taken what they've learned that morning and immediately applying it versus taking 2 or a year or getting certifications where it's just constant learning the whole time. They're learning, they're applying it immediately. And so you're building a stronger workforce by doing that. And again, I think the opportunity there is exactly what you said, Adam, building these hybrid models that benefit the college. And then someone isn't going to college, and we always hear about college costs continuing to increase, and they are, but now they're learning and earning that afternoon. So you're offsetting those costs. And so we're creating more quick pathways for folks to relieve our employers and businesses needs right now today.
Other questions for Joe? Hearing none, thank you, Joe, for your time. I loved your comments about just that it's exciting, the whole speed to market and opportunities to just deliver training in a more efficient manner. So appreciate your time today.
Sure, yeah, something, and I had mentioned, Joe, thank you so much for your time and always working so collaboratively. I've mentioned to Joe as well, if there's ever an opportunity for industry input, I would hope that SWIB would be a great natural fit for that, and for all of the industries that you all represent in areas across the state. And so I've offered that to Joe just as a mention of if they're there, if there's anything we can ever do or pick your brain on. So be prepared that that might happen. Go ahead.
Just an added story there, Joe, is Western, Montana Western down there, has some of these 2-year programs, and it's called Farm and Ranch Ag Technology. And it just gives those farm and ranch kids to come for a 2-year thing, a little bit of business classes, a little bit. And we own Beaverhead Meats down there. So they started last spring bringing these kids down for class, the challenge or the one class at a time, the expert classes. So they're down there, and it's got us some employees out of the deal, but it's taking these same kids, these farm and ranch kids that go back out across the state. This whole concept that came out of COVID is farm to table concept of reproducing your meat and stuff like that. To see them into the final product of lamb and beef, as it gets wrapped up from their table and stuff was interesting. So Beaverhead Meats in a weird way, just with teacher and the concept down there, start teaching meat cutting classes. Hopefully sit back home with the idea. I know it's not really an apprenticeship program, but it's introducing them kids to what beef and sheep really look like, and that stuff really go on your plate.
Great.
Chair, I had a question just for Joe. So Joe, you talked about 1 in 3 high school kids are coming out with college credentials. And going a bunch of different directions. So a lot of these 2-year colleges, are we giving, is there any preference in application process to these students that are putting in some of the work, kind of getting that groundwork going? Specifically, I know we at Highlands College with our pre-apprentice line program, there's waiting lists, and I think it's still being a first come first served basis for who gets into those programs. Just wondering if there's discussion of qualifying some of this stuff as you look at credentials that we can be given to high school students, that I think can tie a lot to different industries. CDL certifications that can happen at 18 years old, if they can get that, if they can do OSHA 10, OSHA 30s, certifications that are industry certifications in high school, that would alleviate having to do that at then the 2-year level for some of these programs. So,
well, it would make them instantly employable.
And
for a very specific purpose.
In and out of whether they, I mean, that Highlands program for a pre-press line, the goal is to get them climbing within the first week, because they get 10% that get up on top of a pole and say, this isn't for me. So now what? where can they go? If they had some of that stuff as pre-qualifiers to enter into those things, would it help? Okay, this wasn't for you. Here is, you've got this stuff. Here's where else it can apply. You know, is there opportunity that way, I guess, within the application process for some of these high school students looking for the next step?
So, I mean, a couple of points. Some of that does happen currently. And I talked about the Montana Future at Work effort that's supported by the Dennis and Phyllis Washington Foundation, and gave our colleges some funding and a challenge to work with local high schools on completing recognized certifications before they graduate high school that also carry college credit. And so the first programs that were supported through that, Highlands College did CDL very successfully. Quite a number of graduates from their CDL program, and a way that they worked with their local high school that Great Falls College, a couple of other colleges around the state are exploring if they can copy and spread. Other areas, certified medical assisting, EMT, cybersecurity certifications. So trying to build up this slate of models of how are we able to deliver industry recognized certifications that carry college credit while students are in high school, and map out for those students, hey, not only here's how that might lead to some direct employment opportunities, but here's also how that might get you a little bit further ahead on different college pathways. I will mention, you know, one of the good things about that work and kind of these conversations is figuring out how you make that not just work with the high school that's adjacent to the two-year college, but how you make it work much more at a greater distance. Miles Community College, for their Montana Future Work Support Initiative, did certified nursing assistant in partnership with critical access hospitals and high schools in different communities around eastern Montana. So coming up with ways that you can kind of create the right partnerships to offer that in communities, even if they're pretty distant from the college. I think the part where we want to go with this Education Design Labs work on some of the focus is identifying, investing in statewide conversations of other areas where we could do that type of work. And, you know, one space that I've always thought has been a great idea is in allied health fields. Because we've done so much work over time in higher education Montana to align our curriculum through common numbering of courses, the same 12 to 16 college credits contribute to every health profession program offered at any college across the Montana university system. You pair those credits with an EMT certification or a CNA certification, and you have a good example of a high school pathway that can be offered in most communities across the state that can lead both to direct employment or can eliminate, you know, half a year or a little bit more of a student's progress towards being a surgical technologist, being an ultrasound tech, being an RN, all fields that pay pretty darn well and are often in fairly short supply. So I think there's a lot of opportunity in that space, and some of these technologies of how do we share curriculum, how do we work together on designing curriculum, how do we establish some of those pathways that are effective in the high school space that could serve as pre-apprenticeship or could serve as, hey, we can all communicate together. This will work across all of these different programs to save you time.
Either comments, questions for Joe? Thank you again, Joe. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, everyone.
Next on the agenda, continuation with OG. Jackie, are you? Jackie, perfect. Jackie will give us an update on the Perkins State Plan.
Awesome, thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and get my PowerPoint up. Okay, is everyone seeing that?
It's great, Jackie.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So just going to give you guys a little bit of an update on where we're at with this Perkins State Plan renewal. And for those that don't know, Perkins is a federal to state formula grant. We receive this every year, and every 4 years, we have the option of submitting some state plan revisions. And so in Montana, we have chosen to go ahead and gather some stakeholder input, which I will talk about in a couple of slides, and kind of reevaluate the way that we're looking at our state workforce education development system, and hopefully making some positive progress as we look at our state plan renewal. So I like to show this slide because it just demonstrates how important Perkins really is to the state of Montana. So this is dedicated CTE funding, and we certainly get a lot more funding for both secondary and post-secondary schools from the legislature, but that's not dedicated CTE funding. So while that funding is likely used for quite a few, CTE related activities and curriculum, this is that very dedicated CTE funding that goes to support CTE programs across the state, both secondary and post-secondary. So as you can see, Perkins, this current grant cycle, we have about $6.7 million that we received as a state. We do have a match that is a requirement with being a participant in Perkins. And so our state does match the administration of the grant at about $337,000. And then the state does set aside some specific secondary CTE funds, and that has gone a little up and down over the past few legislative sessions, but right now it sits at 1.5 million. And then our state also dedicates a little over $500,000 for state CTSO funds. So these are career technical student organizations like FFA, there's the FCCLA, there's BPA, there are so many different ones. Super, super useful for the students. It gives them just a ton of great experience and knowledge, skills. And so luckily we have a little bit of a set aside from our state for those organizations. So moving on to the 2024 Perkins State Plan. So really it's an opportunity for us, and by us, I really mean OPI and OCHI. We're the partner agencies that administer this grant, but we work very closely with the Department of Labor and Industry, so many industry partnerships, industry organizations around the state. And then of course, SWIB, we work with you guys, to make sure that we are doing everything we can to make sure that our CTE system and workforce development system are as strong as possible, and that we're good partners in that. So the first thing that we're really going to look at is the statewide vision for CTE and the workforce development system in Montana. The last round that we did of a state plan was in 2019. And so things have changed. I think that overall our goals and vision are probably pretty similar. And you can access our current state plan on our website or OPI's website if you're curious about seeing what it looks like. Overall, we want to make sure that every student in Montana, regardless of where they're situated in the state, and regardless of their background, that they have access to this quality career and technical education opportunities. And so, I think that the very basis of that won't change, but it's still worth visiting because, things were a lot different in 2019. We also always want to make sure that we're keeping alignment between secondary, post-secondary, and workforce in mind. We want to make sure that what the students are learning while they're in high school is going to be a very seamless transition for them, whether or not they do go on for a post-secondary certificate or a degree, or if they go right into the workforce. And so we want to make sure that we're talking with all of those folks at the high schools, the colleges, and our industry partners to see if they feel that the students that they're getting or the folks that are being trained are meeting the expectations and have those skills that they're seeking. We also talk about statewide strategies to support the recruitment and preparation of CTE instructors, including professional development. Typically, Perkins funding is used quite a bit for professional development. So this can be, upskilling and getting additional certifications for high school teachers, for example, so that they then can offer updated curriculum and new credentials for their students. So one really popular activity that we have is at Flathead Valley Community College. They bring dozens of welding instructors from around the state to their campus every summer. And the teachers go through an intensive, they earn a welding credential, and that credential gives them the ability to go back into their communities and offer the testing and the curriculum to be able to give that credential to the students that they're teaching. So really beneficial to make sure that a lot of these teachers around the state are accessing that professional development. And recruitment. We know that we have a teacher shortage. A lot of career and technical education fields, you would earn quite a bit more if you stay out in the field rather than getting back into the classroom. And so figuring out what kind of strategies we can deploy to get some of those folks interested in getting back into the classroom. Sometimes it's something as simple as, making sure that there is quality childcare in the community, making it so that it's as flexible as possible for those folks to get back in the classroom and give that expertise to our students. We also want to make sure that we are talking about strategies and activities to support work-based learning. And that relates directly to the one right under that, review and revise data performance indicators. So we do have performance indicators that we report to the Department of Education every year, just to demonstrate how we're using the grant and how successful we are in certain areas. Work-based learning is one of our performance indicators. It's pretty clear that in 2019, our estimate of what those numbers would look like was a little bit too high. So this is an opportunity for us with the state plan to revise those numbers and really pull data that we have for the last few years and do a little bit of analysis and make sure that we're a little bit, we have a more clear target. And also work-based learning, I think we would all agree is really, really important for our students to be able to access. And so we want to talk about ways that we can make that more accessible. We see some of our smaller, more rural schools struggle with ways to get their students involved in some work-based learning activities. And so figuring out ways that we can make this an opportunity that's really accessible and also very valuable for our students. We don't want a student to come and try to get credit for babysitting their little brother and sister over the weekend. We want to make sure that our students are engaging with valuable experiences that actually helps them learn skills that they can bring back into the classroom and then eventually bring with them as they go onto the workforce. So really thinking about how we can start to embed that a lot more around the state. So as far as the timeline goes, so the Perkins Stakeholder Survey is officially out as of this week, and I'm going to have a QR code at the end of this presentation where you can access the survey. And it also will be available both at the mus.edu website and OPI's website as well. And we are hoping to get as many responses as possible. So I would very much encourage you and ask you all as a personal favor to please take the survey and send it on to friends, family, colleagues, community members, other folks that you know at your work. If you have a student at home, I'd love to have them take it as well. We're trying to get as much feedback as possible. And we do have a lot of questions around work-based learning, a lot of questions around dual enrollment, just awareness of what career and technical education is, relationships between schools and businesses. And so just so many different areas that we're really hoping to get some nice feedback from folks from around the state. In 2019, we did receive about 1,500, or I'm sorry, was it more than that? No, I'm trying to think. I think it was 1,500 responses. And so we're hoping to get higher than that. I'd love to get to at least 2,000. And so, like I said, I really encourage you all to please take the survey and share it with whoever you feel comfortable sharing it with. We are looking right now into a data review for those state determined levels of performance. One of our weaknesses in 2019 was we hadn't really ever collected data around work-based learning. And so our performance indicators that we proposed were a little bit of a shot in the dark. And so now we actually have some good data that we can take a look at from the last few years to help us figure out what we want our goals to look like over the next few years. We do have a Perkins State Plan Committee. This is something that is in Montana state statute. So we have 3 folks that are assigned by the Commissioner of Higher Education and 3 folks that are assigned by the Montana Superintendent. And those 6 folks will talk through a variety of topics that are addressed in the state plan. The federal government does give us a pretty nice layout of what they'd like to see in the state plan and different sections that we're going to be filling out. And so we will have that expertise in the room from our committee to help us kind of suss out some of those things that we're looking at and make some decisions. And then of course we will have other stakeholder engagement that'll help back up those decisions. The Perkins stakeholder survey will certainly be one of them, but we also have other consultation that we'll be doing as well, including governor's office consultation. So I think our goal is to get in with Dylan and Governor Gianforte by the end of the year, hopefully have a little bit of an executive summary of what we're looking at and hopefully get some feedback and some advice on what they're hoping to see in the Perkins State Plan. And then we are required to have other state agency leadership consultation as well. And so we'll be making the rounds to all of our friends at our state agencies and making sure that they have a voice and a place at the table. We also will have 2 public hearings. They're going to be in February. And as soon as we have more information and solid dates, I'll make sure that gets out. Those in the past have not been very well attended. And so we are always looking for more folks that are willing to let us know what they think about career and technical education around the state and give us their opinions. By that time, we will also have a better idea of what our data looks like. And so we can have some proposed numbers out there for us to gather some feedback on at those public hearings. In March, we are required to have a 60-day public comment. So that will be posted both at the OCHU website and the OPI website for folks to review the state plan and offer any public comment that they may have in written form. And then of course in March, the Board of Regents is our eligible agency in Montana. And so we will take it to the board for them to vote on approval, and hopefully they'll vote for the state plan to be approved. And then the submission of the state plan is due May 10th. And so, at first it sounded like a long time away, but once we started looking at the timeline and all the things we have to get done, it's going to come real quick. And so we are getting moving as quickly as possible. And as you can see, we already have a few things ready to roll. This is just a list of federally, this is in the federal statute. These are the folks that we need to make sure that we're talking to as we make these decisions and talk about what types of activities and strategies we are going to prioritize in our state plan. And so as you can see, it's folks from all walks of life, all over the state. The SWIB is one of our required stakeholder engagement partners. And so really happy to be here today to chat with you all. And again, hopefully can chat with you more once we have some, proposed activities that I could bring to you all and get some feedback on specifically. But one that is not on here is just community members as a whole. So really anyone in Montana we are interested in hearing from. Nobody is going to be discluded. And so as promised, this is our state plan survey. We have our QR code. Like I said, you can go to mus.edu/Perkins. You can also go to the OPI website, their Perkins 5 website, and you can access that survey any of those ways. We'll probably be doing some social media push. This image is going to be a printed postcard that we'll be bringing to some conferences around the state. I think next week, the Montana Association of Career and Technical Education Teachers will be meeting. I know in the spring, we probably won't make it as far as the timeline goes to get good feedback from the counselors meeting that they have in the spring, but I'm hoping that we can get some targeted emails out to folks and, you know, really get some robust engagement from all these different areas. And so that's really all I have for you guys today. It's just a kind of an overview of what the next few months are going to look like for us and for the state plan. Hopefully we will do a good enough job getting the information out there that you guys will hear more about it over the next few months. Yeah, would love to hear from you all, whether it's at a public hearing. Please take the survey. Would love to hear from you all via the survey. And then of course, probably we'll be engaging with the SWIB again, hopefully before we get too far into the writing process so that we can get some feedback from you guys as well. With that, I'm happy to stand for any questions if there are any.
Any questions for Jackie?
Jackie, I do have a question. This is Wes. If you're able to send that survey information via email, and I would be happy to share it with the board and ask them to share it with all of their association members, their friends, family, dog sitter, whomever they would like to, if that's okay.
Absolutely. And I'll send you the image that you can just click on and it'll take you right to the survey. And then you can easily share it with whoever you'd like.
Thank you.
Other questions for Jackie? Well, thank you for that, Wes. That was really one of my questions. Where do we find the survey, Jackie? And your last slide more than answered that.
You can all take it right now if you'd like it.
But
it should be less than 5 minutes.
I've taken past ones, and I'm sure many of you have too. It is really quick. So as Wes sends that out, encourage everyone to pass the word and take the quiz or the survey. Jackie, thank you so much for your presentation today. We'll look forward to that email.
Thanks so much.
Next on the agenda is Mr. Feist.
Do we want to take a break before we go into this discussion?
You've got an hour-long presentation, so yes.
And it will need, I will need all of your involvement. And so, yeah, I won't talk at you the whole time, but maybe a break will be good.
Yeah, why don't we take 5 minutes?
Thank you.
Right.
Steve.
Not very careful.
We can go ahead and get started. Yeah, I need not bad.
You don't do much.
I got
Put it down. I know. Jeez.
All right, I'll turn the floor over to Wes to talk about the WIOA state planning discussion.
All right, so I am going to utilize your input, your information, your help, but wanted to go over with you, as Commissioner Swanson had mentioned, tasking me with setting up a plan to do some stakeholder engagement around the state. From what I understand, this has not happened in the past. And with the WIOA state plan, we hope to coordinate it with the Perkins state plan, but they are somewhat different in the requirements, in the timeline, and how we go about the process. So the process for the WIOA state plan isn't as prescribed as it is for the Perkins state plan. However, the leader of our WIOA committee is Commissioner Mike McGinley. We have other members of the WIOA committee, and I would be happy to pull that up for you all if you would like to be reminded of who those folks are, which might be helpful. Let me actually do that to pull up who is on that committee, and I would forget off the top of my head, I would miss one or two. So Commissioner McGinley, Commissioner Swanson, Superintendent Arnson, Chanda Hermanson is the Administrator of Disability Employment and Transitions at the Department of Public Health and Human Services, Chair Hopbob, and then the others that Chair Hopbob had asked to join the committee are Jason Palin, Dean Bentley, Amber Terry, and Shane Etzweiler. And so Commissioner McGinley, once those things have started, we'll convene a committee meeting to ask you all for your input, your advice, as well as to organize, read, validate some of the ideas, the writing, and then the coordination that we do. So once that time comes, we will let you know. Originally, I had was going to have the WIOA committee convene, but with Commissioner Swanson's new addition to the Department of Labor and Industry, we waited to have this conversation as well as Perkins' conversation before we got too ahead of ourselves. So appreciative for all of your time and look forward to working with you. The plan that I put together and have submitted to the commissioner and some others within leadership of the Department of Labor and Industry goes over a couple of things. One being a timeline, and our timeline is a little bit different. So October, right now, we're having our quarterly meeting. We're going to discuss the plan. October through November, at some point, would like to convene the WIOA committee to discuss the ICR, which is the Information Collection Report. I always forget what the R stands for. I always say it wrong. But it's essentially our plan from the U.S. Department of Labor as far as what needs to go into the plan. I went through it. The state of Oklahoma had a great piece of advice, which was to go through the plan and highlight sections for a couple of different things. And I did that, and I did it for strategy, compliance, coordination, flexibility, and then components that weren't as applicable to you all. The WIOA committee and our state planning process really involves titles 1 and 3 of the program, which is the youth program, the adult program, Wagner-Pfizer, and then some others that we include. But we also have our critical and core partners at the Department of Public Health and Human Services. And we have had Lacey Konzelman here today. She is whom I work with at Voc Rehab, who does the state plan writing on their end. And then we will work together to coordinate pieces of that, coordinate components of it to make sure that it's written in a similar language and a similar tone. And then we have our friends at the Office of Public Instruction and Katie Madsen, who I work with there, that oversees and is the director of adult education for the state of Montana. And so they write their components, and then we take into consideration all the components together. But ultimately, you all will approve the plan as a whole. And then as the state workforce board director, I am given the authority by the governor as what's called the super submitter term, that is the submitter of the entire WIOA state plan on behalf of the state of Montana. And then any type of feedback or pieces that we have to fix or correct or adjust, they'll reach out to me and then our friends at OPI and at TPHHS. So just a little bit of information on that. But October, November, we will discuss the ICR. We will discuss how we can better coordinate with Perkins. As part of that, we will of course invite our friends from OCHI, and then we will have our folks from the committee that I mentioned. October through December, we will do some WIOA core and other partner meetings and plan writing. We will work with both Rehab, Adult Ed, Perkins. Also within our plan, we include the Jobs for Veterans Service grant. Did I say that right, Bart? Okay. Unemployment insurance, there are some components from that we will include. We do have the ability to include UI as part of our entire plan, and they can submit their plan, but we've decided not to do that this go around. But maybe for the future, that could be an opportunity. We will work with our labor market information team, CSEP, which is our program for senior citizens. We include them in ours and our migrant farm worker program as well. Instead of all of those little programs submitting their own state plan and going through the entire process, they're included in our state plan, and which makes it more coordinated, but it's also a much more effective way to submit it than having each of them write an entire state plan on their own. November through December, I have been asked to do stakeholder engagement meetings where we will get input and as far as the plan is concerned through public comment and then on implementation as well. I'm going to discuss all that with you in a moment. And then what we're going to do is the questions, your homework before you came today. There were some questions in your packet in red. So if you didn't get a chance to look at them, you can sneak some glances in well. But I want to get your feedback as well. This will help that input, and then I will discuss a little bit more about the stakeholder engagement meetings too. December through January, we will have internal Department of Labor and Industry, OPI, DPHHS, Governor's Office review and revision. End of January, beginning of February, we will need to convene the SWIB, which is our typical winter meeting that will be remote, to approve, review, deny the state plan as it's written. At that point, it will then go out for public comment. The Perkins state plan has a 60-day federal requirement that it has to be posted for that amount of time. The WIOA state plan just has to be posted for public comment. And that's really up to us to decide. What has typically been done and legal counsel has given the approval on is a 30-day public comment period. Our window is shorter than the Perkins state planning process, and so we're going to do a 30-day window. The hope would be then to, by February 15th, have that plan posted for public comment. It does have to go through some pieces of the Secretary of State's office, so we can't just post it once it's approved. It has to go through a public notification process. And then our plan is due by the end of March, possibly beginning of April. We were in an NGA meeting and they broke the group into two groups, and one Department of Labor official said the end of March and one Department of Labor official said the beginning of April. So we would have hoped that they were coordinated, but we don't have a direct exact date. Hopefully we will get that soon, but the actual guidance hasn't even been submitted yet or published yet for what are some of the additional components that go along with that information collection report. There's additional guidance by each administration that they have discretion over, and we're waiting for that to be published, which should be hopefully within the coming week or weeks. So anyway, end of March, if there is any change that needs to be made based on public comment, based on something dramatic that you all approved a plan and then there was something pretty dramatic that needed to happen, we would then convene a possible executive committee meeting. Per our bylaws, the executive committee does have authority to make decisions on behalf of the board. And then at the next board meeting, the full board must approve whatever decision that they made. So that's kind of a catch just in case, but the plan would not be to have that. But that's just a little bit of the timeline that I have and have submitted for approval to Commissioner and to leadership at DLI. As far as stakeholder engagement is concerned, I appreciate that Commissioner Swanson wants to actually have input from around Montana. That's important. And to understand what the WIOA programs offer, what they can do for people around the state and for organizations and businesses. So I have proposed a number of things. One of them being a remote town hall that we could do in coordination with Perkins or on our own, but hoping to get some feedback from around the state that's just open to anybody that can't travel, anybody that has the ability and wants to provide feedback. That date would be during the public comment period, so throughout February or into March if needed. Also doing a workforce services division staff stakeholder meeting. Internally, we want to make sure that we're taking into consideration our own staff's advice and input from the programs that they oversee and that they manage and that they see on the daily basis. And where there's opportunities, Commissioner Swanson had mentioned, to make sure that we're not putting controls over controls over controls on our own programs and prohibiting people from fully taking advantage of these. They can provide good input on as to what we can or cannot do. The youth WIOA waivers that were approved by you all a number of months ago now and are in effect are because of that. We just had conversations internally about what's holding us back, what's not working, and how can we make it better. And those two waivers were some of what came out of that. Then through some in-person stakeholder meetings, what I have proposed, this was in coordination with, as you are all aware, we did a number of WIOA convenings around the state. Those were done in Helena, in Bozeman, in Billings, in Miles City, in Great Falls, in Kalispell, and in Missoula. And then they brought together a number of service providers from other places throughout the state and that serve other communities in Havre, on three of our tribal reservations, and then also within Great Falls with the Montana United Indian Alliance, as well as other places throughout the state. So pairing that, I put together a nice little map, and I'm happy to share this with you once it's approved, but to try and look at where there's some still missing engaging holes around the state to try and serve people that weren't served by the WIOA convenings, that aren't served by the service providers in those communities, where we could have some additional content and impact. And then also where we have board members around the state that can help with this and can help drive some of the opportunity to ensure that we have people that attend, that there's active input, and that we do get a lot of state input. So one of those is in Dawson County and in Glendive with Chair Hoff. Doing that, some type of program stakeholder, so people in the community that are with nonprofits, with local organizations that help serve people, connect them to our WIOA programs. Doing a Dawson County Economic Development Council lunch and learn, and then a Glendive City Council meeting in the evening. One of the other components that we've always promised the U.S. Department of Labor that we would do is meet with local elected officials. And from what I understand, we've never actually followed through on that commitment. We do have 2 local elected officials with us today and 2 state elected officials as well. But as far as going out into communities and describing what WIOA is and what it does, we have not followed through on that commitment. And so this is an opportunity to do that in all of the communities. Another is within Valley County in Glasgow with Commissioner Armstrong. And doing Glasgow Area Chamber of Commerce and Agriculture lunch and learn, a Valley County Commission meeting, and then a Fort Peck Tribal Executive Board meeting possibly as well. One of the other components, because we have had all 4 of our WIOA tribal partners that have their own federal grants from the U.S. Department of Labor, they all attended our WIOA convenings. We invited them, we wanted them to participate, and we want to connect with them to make sure that we're able to braid funding when it's possible. But I thought it was important if we're doing stakeholder engagement to incorporate the other 4 tribal nations, federally recognized nations, as part of our stakeholder engagement as well. So that would be another one. Another visit in Fergus County and Lewistown, and doing one with the Economic Development Association there, and then the County Commission. One in Billings, we have a number of folks here that would be helpful, with Big Sky EDA and the Billings Chamber of Commerce, and then Billings City Council. Going to Butte and doing one in Butte, since we did not host WIOA convening in Butte, they came to Helena. And doing one with their Economic Development Authority and their Chamber of Commerce. Also good in Butte because it's a county and city incorporated together. A good blend of folks and a really good opportunity to hit a wide swath of folks. And then doing a commission meeting also. Another that I have visited with the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Ed about, and Salish Community College, is doing a program stakeholder engagement opportunity in Pablo as well. There, if we were to do one of the items that SKC had mentioned was, instead of all of these groups coming to the tribal council and wanting to present things, that we were to do that in coordination possibly with Perkins. And that could be one of their stakeholder engagement opportunities as well. So I visited with them, and we would have to flesh that out more, but that could be a good conversation and listening session in town hall with the college tribal council, with the commissioner's office for Perkins, and with a number of folks to get some input from them from a wide variety of economic development, with workforce development, with education, and for Perkins and WIOA. And then the last one was possibly up in Browning with the Blackfeet Community College as well as Blackfeet Nation. And what that could look like could be a number of things as well, but doing something similar up there with the tribal college and with their economic development. So tried to get economic development, chambers, city council, county commission, city commission, kind of all of the pieces that were possible, while trying to fill in as many holes in the state without also making it too exhausting. Montana is a very, very big place. So that is part of the strategy. Through these stakeholder town halls, we would do a couple of different things, and it would look different from the county commission or city commission meetings than it would from lunch and learns or with coffee visits with local nonprofit organizations. The possible coffees and lunch and learns would be 10 to 15 minutes of an introduction and rationale for why we're there to visit their community, 10 to 15 minutes of an overview of the WIOA programs and what they are, very short, keep them kind of simple, but that people would understand what these programs do and what clients they serve. Doing a brief economic overview for each community in particular. Someone had asked about their community, and I don't remember who it was now, said, are these by county? I think it was you, Commissioner McGinley. Could we provide that to each community individually? And our division administrator Wagner had said we could possibly send an economist along to do a local breakdown for them. And then a 30 to 45 minute question and answer session, similar to some of the questions that I'm going to ask you all today, but they're changed for the communities, and it would be on a smaller scale. So instead of the number that we'll be talking about in a moment, it would be about 4 questions And then for city council, county commission, meetings, we would provide those questions to them ahead of time, and if they wanted to provide that back to us, that would be great. But we know that we're not gonna get an hour and a half at each commission or council meeting. And so we would have a brief introduction of WIOA, we would have a brief economic overview, and then ask them to submit their answers to the questions that we ask in written form throughout this process. So that's, oh,
Real
yes, sir.
quick on that, if you're trying to get to all the elected officials, we always have that midwinter conference for Mako. I think it's in Great Falls this year. It is. February.
Second week.
If we could get you an hour, presentation on this, talk to all the county commissioners, if you want, let me know.
Sure, and that would be something as well. I know I had mentioned in the past your fall conference, but it had already happened, so a winter one could be a great opportunity. And again, this is something that we commit to, same with the League of Cities and Towns, but that meeting is happening next week, so that's not a possibility. But it is a commitment that we make and really never follow through on. So I think making sure that they're all aware of what programs exist within their communities is important. And if that is a possibility, be happy to wrap that in.
Perfect, yeah, we'll see if we get you lined up there.
Yeah.
Wes, when you and Paul worked with the NGA folks in planning, did you get any insight on potential timeline changes around the continuing resolution or the shutdown? Will they delay your deadline, or is it still gonna be hard and fast?
That was, at the time when we were there, that wasn't even it's always a possibility, but it wasn't even mentioned as a possibility. My guess is unless the government is shut down on that day, once they finally announce the date, there will be no change in the submission date of that. The date is kind of black and white, but it's not really. The only thing is if you don't submit on that date, they close it, and to reopen the portal takes some time, and then you're kind of on the naughty list of the Department of Labor. And so my hope would be that there is no change and that we would get it submitted on time. But that is always a possibility. If it were shut down on that day, would be my guess, but I don't have an answer for you. And it was not even brought up in conversation at the time. And that was at the end of August.
I do have one more question, and whether it's for you or maybe from the board. WIOA by design is really provider or non-profit heavy. It almost is a language kind of bureaucratically that really is only understood in that community. And I know I've got your proposed schedule in the office to approve, and there's nothing on it not to approve, but I wonder if there's any way in this process to strengthen the employer voice, whether it's small or large. I'm reminded a lot of the comments that Amber has shared over time that, a lot of this only makes sense if you're a nonprofit or if you're a big business. And I don't have the answer, I'm just kind of posing it to you of, so we thread the employer voice through this stakeholder process a little stronger.
My hope is that through the economic development associations or organizations, as well as through the chambers, they can help with that. I know that some are stronger than others, and kind of trying to look at getting a variety of both, or sometimes both at the same lunch and learn. Helena, I think, does a good job with knowing small business in the community. Great Falls, I would say, is similar, and even with the chamber. So I think when we do that, there would be an opportunity, and we would ask them, as far as the planning of this is concerned, to try and bring those folks together, to have small business, to understand how do I utilize these programs and how do I take advantage of them. So then how do I give input now to make that an easier process? And so it's a good point. I don't have an answer for you right now either. But I think working with them to target that and making that point would be helpful.
And then similar question, maybe for the gentleman on the other side of the table, where's the best way to engage in this stakeholder session for our friends in labor? To provide information from JATCs and from the affiliates to the degree that, a new stakeholder strategic plan for Montana could look much different than what we've done before, where through your travels in the next couple of months that are already quite aggressive, can we build in input from labor?
And I should have mentioned that, so I didn't forget about you all. And I do have it written in here. I think that there are opportunities either through we do coffee morning sessions with labor, or I would hope that they would join with the chambers of commerce and with the economic development authorities as well. and that they would be part of that conversation too. So depending on where they are, you know, we're not planning to do in Helena, which is where a lot of them are located, but we do plan to do in Butte, which is where a lot of the others are located. And I would hope that we would get your attendance as well as you would be able to help bring other folks into those conversations too. So that is definitely a part of it. And I do have it written in here. It was an oversight to not mention it out loud, that our union friends as well.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thanks, Wes.
And then one of the other components that I visited with Barb about is a potential youth panel as well. We have a youth program. A lot of states actually have a youth board, so a SWIB that's for youth. Montana has chosen not to do that in the past, but it is a potential opportunity to host a youth panel where we would have youth from our both rehab programs like pre-employment transition services, from adult education, from our own youth program, from tribal youth across the state, and to really bring them together. That in my mind would most likely be some type of remote item, but to bring together youth voices that have or have not utilized our programs to also help them, they understand what options are available, who to go to, and then how do we serve them better as well. Because I think that that's a component that we are lacking as well, as to get their voice in this, or have in the past. And utilizing our youth service providers to help with that outreach as well.
That's a really interesting idea. I thought about it, I didn't mention that, but I was thinking about Amy's graph. We've got 25 to 44, whatever that, you know, I know that gets out of the youth band, but running's just in the 87% are in the workforce, and we had 44,000, I think, 40,000 people in school. I mean, there's a large chunk of people that are hit that band. That'd be really interesting.
In the youth in Montana, the age range is really big. For WIOA youth program and voc rehab combined, we can go all the way from 14 to 24 years. So it's not just a small niche group, it's actually very broad. And so how we can further capitalize on that and for them to take advantage of services is important.
It's interesting to see their perspectives on workforce and future, and really interesting.
So that's the tentative plan that I have proposed. Would be happy to hear your feedback, would be happy to hear your thoughts. But hopefully would engage more Montanans into the programs that they should be taking advantage of, or that they at least have access to take advantage of, and that there's more awareness out there.
One comment, the language that we speak in here, and I don't speak well, it's in the presentation. I would just recommend to make it a little more friendly to people outside of this circle, because the acronyms, even once they're spelled out, are still so oblique. I think just to get more feedback to explain them. I don't know how you do that in an easy way, but I think there'll be a lot of blank stares if they are.
And my hope with those would be that it's a pretty high level view.
Yeah.
But here are the programs that you may be aware of in your community that would help tie it in. Oh, I knew that program existed, but I didn't know who owned it or who oversaw it. But to go over it in a way that would be easily understood by someone that has no knowledge of the programs. And I would hope to flesh that out prior to some folks that don't know about the programs beforehand, because I agree and understand we want to get their feedback in a meaningful way, but if they have no idea what we're talking about, it's not going to be helpful.
Yeah.
So
I think that's a really great point, Mary. When I first joined the SWIB, the last place I should have been was on the WIOA. And it took me a year to figure out what WIOA meant. I didn't even then, I didn't get it. And I mean, it is, people that work around that know what that entails, but if you don't, and I think I had an opportunity to have lunch with Commissioner Swanson here months ago. And she was talking about, you know, that chronically employed, I think we talked about this at our last meeting, the chronically employed people that tend to be higher educated and stay out longer, which seems to be a paradox if you're not familiar with it, but that really struck me, is she talked about job service and it's easy to understand WIOA if it's personalized, what it does and how it helps people. It's hard to understand if it's just an acronym, at least from my perspective.
Any thoughts otherwise?
As you go through this process and improve, I think you're spot on, Wes, in increasing the engagement opportunities for tribal communities. I think you're spot on with the youth engagement. I think over time, it's pretty clear from where I sit that we haven't managed our WIOA youth funding as well as perhaps we should or could. So I just thank you. The tribal engagement and youth engagement are really critical pieces of this.
Now it's time for our fun activity. I don't know if fun can be described differently. But what I had sent all of you, unless there are any other questions about that, was I wanted, we need to get your feedback as well. Sorry, my markers. There they are. And I had sent out to you a number of questions that I wanted to get your feedback on. And we're gonna take some notes, and this is not a difficult exercise or cumbersome, but want to get your feedback that we can take back if we have asked some pointed questions. In that ICR, the information requested or the request for information.
Oh, okay. And if anybody thinks the Department of Labor isn't fun, those are fruit scented markers.
They're the only markers I can find in our office, and they all work. And when I was looking, but they were also delicious, so if you want to make them scent, maybe not flavor, don't need them scent. But looking at that, and when I went through it, there are a number of components that you all would have no concern over. A lot of it's pretty compliance driven, and so there's some sections that really don't matter as much to you all, that you provide the authority to the Department of Labor and Industry to make sure that those compliance pieces are met. So when I did go through it, I took some red markers, and wherever there was strategic opportunity, that's where these questions have come from, to make sure that we're getting your engagement on the pieces that you can have the most impact on. So are there any industries or occupations that will exist in the future that do not currently exist?
I can say that, and I don't know if I'm hitting the exact definition here, but robotics, automation, AI, smart manufacturing technician.
And if anybody online, including their board members that are online, would like to provide any feedback, or the board members online would like to provide feedback, we would welcome it. And then if there is any other public comment, there will be time for that at the end, that we can add things as well.
I would put every industry into that. It's gonna affect it.
Yes.
I would, oh, sorry.
No, you're up.
I would add Patty's, and I think it's aligned to this, and that's, cars are converting over to electric, right? We're seeing that. And I don't know what that new industry is, but I have a feeling as that advances along with that, something's gonna crop out of it.
New power sources.
There we go.
I thought about it, Adam, after your guys, it's more of the adaptation with mechanics being.
Going from diesel to electric. is very
That,
different.
not only that, but the remote connectivity.
Yeah.
To diagnose. Yeah, being a diesel machine, you're not there. First, stuff. I think the diesel can't pass.
I was even thinking about the comment about operating it from the van.
And remote.
Why in the future, that skid steer, why would it wouldn't even look like it looks today? We're gonna redesign that space for other things where the person sits.
Does that skid steer look, it is a traditional looking
one.
today? Yeah.
Got some pictures of ones that don't look the same now, though. And I think modeling and analytics are gonna be important, either whether it's skills or industries. As this ability to analyze and use data becomes greater, those type of roles to actually apply it are gonna be really important.
Well, as we're moving towards electric, I think probably geotech exploration. Where are we gonna find those resources that are gonna be needed for batteries and lithium and all of that? So
That's gonna be the field that's gonna become important.
In the healthcare sector, telehealth has been it's made huge advances, but I think there's gonna be a lot more advancement in that arena as we move forward.
Grew up from, well, with apprenticeship and with trades. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, there's big changes in the HVAC world, conversion from fossil fuels to basically electric, which is driven by fossil fuel, but we're a huge change in control systems. So pristine air, COVID's brought on a lot of stuff that we didn't see years ago with pure air systems and surgical rooms and hospitals and schools to a certain extent too. That's new. I can't say it's new, but it's new in emerging markets and market shares as the owner of this.
Probably 3D printing in construction, more factory build like buildings in ways that you maybe haven't thought. Like I just heard someone talk about they're building hospital, like they're starting to explore building hospitals 90% in like a factory or that type of setting. Not on site. Code Air did all of their bathrooms. They were all made off site, and then all brought in and locked in and sealed up, and we're done. McCall Homes has converted to a lot, and here in Billings, they do a lot of their building that way as well for residential building. And there's a large manufacturing facility, I think in South Dakota, that provides a lot of that. It's pretty dangerous. Saves a lot of time.
We see that coming in Montana with the new facility in Butte, where they're building some small homes that way. But just fun fact, Montana is the first Department of Labor in the country that has approved 3D printing as an approved building code. We actually did that for a contractor here in Yellowstone County, but Montana has it approved first.
I think they.
Good job, Commissioner.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. And we can add on to these, of course, as we go through. Are there, but we can move to the next one. Are there skills that will be more needed in the future than are needed today?
See, I would say on every single one of these, and all of these have, it's the application of technology to a new space, right? And you don't need to code, but you need to know how to apply the concept of coding to a new environment.
Yeah, they're gonna be those subject matter, how big data, yeah.
I was thinking that same thing, Barb, that if you're gonna chase something that you don't know what it is, like you said, every one of those things have this general tech skill set application, and I think problem solving skills are gonna be really key. Just these general skills on problem solving, you don't know what the specificity would be.
One more than just keyboarding or computer otherwise, where we have English and math and history. Well, the application of technology to me is really important. Should be.
I added use of AI to be very specific there because you don't need to know how to create an AI. You need to know how to use that and apply it to your job.
So that's one of our technology teams have the future skills needed, we don't know. But the skills we're looking for today is more of the passion for curiosity. So that problem solving and curiosity of, but how does it work and why does it work? To develop that future.
When we were at NGA, the governor of North Dakota said he sent his kids off to school every day with two things and started doing this, and I get interesting answers now, but he has done it for years, which are telling his kids to ask good questions and to be curious. And I think that it's a great thing to send your kids off to school with, because that is a component that is missing to great extent. And coach only is asking.
Part of the things that hit with that future industry, with the scale is, there's gonna have to be skills around being collaborative, working and building teams.
Another point I'd make is,
Languages continue to be bilingual, and continue to be important, and then more important, I think, and then the collaboration skills we've talked about for a long time about being able to collaborate across skills, across knowledge bases, and that's, I think, going to continue to be important.
over the last several years, I think we've seen the importance of soft skills and maybe how they have changed, but I still think that's going to be a future skill and it might look different, but soft skills are extremely important to continue on using.
And if you saw in Joe's presentation about the education
Yes.
design lab, that is a component of each micro credential, that there is an understanding of those. And that they must be mastered to an extent to earn it, which is a great opportunity.
I think specifically, I think Helena College where they trying to address the soft skills around remote workers credentials. And that was one that we do see as well is that need to not only understand soft skills when you're in a room talking to somebody, but the remote skills as well. And logging on and what it takes to log on every morning versus logging in the office.
And for me,
I know Miles Community College is offering something similar embedded into their college experiences through that type of thing. It was just in the news the other day.
So the opposite of that, then what are some skills for the future that will be obsolete or no longer needed for the future? What?
Manual survey.
Yeah, I heard millennial, I thought, so never mind. Anyway, say.
You still need us.
Hey Wes, I'll apologize for backwards, I think it's captured, but. You know, something we've seen is you try to put in technology and it's captured and I don't got it fine, but it's technology and this AI and all these things we're putting in. There's still a maintenance component, but it's a different maintenance component. And I heard it mentioned. And in my mind, that needs capture. And I'm fine with.
New types of maintenance?
Yeah, we'll get a technology, we'll learn how to do it, we're really good at it, it becomes, now it's part of our business and we need it. And then the thing breaks on us and we're going, now what do we do? So anyway, so
it's not even just a physical break anymore, it's a physical and technological break to an extent, or can be.
Yeah.
And that means you're doing well.
But it's also the reality that when you integrate some of these things and they don't work, production stops. Which is different from the past where I just add something else and we can get around it. Some of these technologies will actually mean that you can't move forward if they're not working. And that the urgency that creates is a gap.
You could also add the word troubleshooting.
Yeah.
Truly, Jason, Adam, you think about, and really Dale and Quentin too, that whole adaptable thing, the days where, almost need to change our vocabulary using the word labor, that doesn't fit. I mean, right, everyone's gonna go from being maybe more manual to more technician problem solving. I mean, it's that adaptability, skill greater. It's gonna make people, school training is gonna be way more important.
Training's totally different at our level. I mean, from that time you're doing it on the metal to where you're doing it, sending it to the computers from the designers, the RFIs, the whole design team involved with everybody in the project is totally changed, but that's in the here and now.
I might speak for our surveyor friends in the world and say, I'm not sure we're obsolete. They're gonna innovate a little in the way they do their work, but not sure I'd want to come out of here and say they're dead. Personally, speaking for some friends of mine in the industry.
As like, we can't have to let go of the concept that we train people into a college degree and then it stops, right? Like, we're talking about workforce training, we're not talking about training kids into occupation, we're talking about continuing them throughout their career. So that's one-shot training and
degree attainment is not, it won't be, it's a thing of, right?
Yeah.
In-person banking and investment I see going away. It's pretty automated with.
Well, you can see that
deposits.
going through New York City where nobody accepts cash anymore.
Yeah,
Montana's one of the last.
grocery shopping.
Yeah.
I find my kids, they don't go to a store, it's done on their phone.
They pull up and pick it up.
So these are skills that you see. We're still gonna need meat cutters home again, like your family and mine.
I saw.
That's all right.
So in Laurel right now, the Walmart has 55 remote pickup spots, which is crazy as far as I'm watching it right now, but they're clearly geared that way. That this is gonna become much more widely used than.
If you ever just start getting grocery delivery, you will get addicted.
Yeah, right.
You know, but that's not a new concept. I remember as a kid that you used to have groceries delivered by your corner store grocery person. It drives my wife nuts, but that's a true story.
Window shopping.
Oh.
Yeah, shopping.
Oh. Yeah.
That's an
I'm too old for this shit anymore.
How about it? Fast food, how you order dinner at a place, you gotta have the code, you click it to get the. Yeah.
Customer service.
No.
Barb, you're, I think your department, was, I remember it was a few years ago, it was you had a publication that showed all the jobs, the number of people in really granular occupations. And the two that, and Dean said printing made me think that, and I mean, I thought of this several years ago, it's like, like TV, radio people, prints and typesetters. There were a bunch of those jobs that they were going away 5 years ago.
File clerks is my favorite occupation. There's like, every year we have fewer and fewer file clerks in Montana. I think we're down to about 20 now. And I'm just like, I can't believe we still have people who are file clerks, right? Like, they're still hangers on.
Clients repair.
Appliance repair, yeah.
But that's true,
Your washer.
Adam, with it, in their presentation, you got a 91% chance of troubleshooting.
Yeah.
Well, oh, you can go online.
My wife does.
YouTube.
Can I make one point before you flip, okay?
Yeah.
So when we talk about the future industries and occupations, a lot of these are not necessarily new occupations, like we have occupations to define this. These are like modeling and analytics, like there are all sorts of social scientists, including economics, that are really, really good at this and already have the skill sets. They may need to be reapplied in a different way, right? So like, sometimes these aren't new occupations, they're just taking an existing occupation and making them come up with the future skill set. It's why my economists are so good at analytics.
Really hear all work smarter. One of the next questions is, where would the SWIB like to be more involved with statewide or local workforce development activities? We've asked you all since the beginning of my time to be more participative, and I think you all have been, and what outcomes can we achieve together? But how would you like to be involved with local workforce development needs and opportunities?
So Wes, I'll jump in. We can figure out how to get more involved at the high school level. Get kids pointed in the right direction. One that I figured out. We talk about it a lot, but.
And maybe the school level in general, not just high school,
Yes.
but
Junior
education.
high,
in general.
elementary, all of it.
Yeah, there's a trade thing next Wednesday, Fairmont, where they're bringing, is it Ace, Montana?
Where they're what?
Where they're bringing all the counselors and we're having a big get together with the school. Is anybody going to that? We are.
the CTE.
It's
conference.
ACTE, yeah.
Yeah. Mhm. I will be
They're
there.
going nursery acting.
There will be not this exercise, and Katie is online right now, Katie Matz from the Office of Public Instruction. But I know that there will be some opportunity for some folks there to provide some input on the real estate planning process as well there, which will be great.
I think there's a big gap between our education system and industry. And it would seem to me that the innovation board around the workforce should be able to help close some of that gap on how do we better, now, every school district is local and that's really important. But how can we do things effectively across the state where we can share best practices and not have it be, we've never heard of that before, it can't be done. I can't tell you the list of things we hear as we try to engage in some of these issues of how can we move those faster?
And I think the struggle we have for businesses is the opportunities that we get. The invites or the asks or to go do is college career trips. Okay, we're trying to hire somebody or hire an intern. Be shocked how many college students I talked to last week that are graduating as engineers from Montana State that don't know the job opportunities at the utility that takes up 2/3 of the state they want to live. Scared. And so they're graduating and they don't know the career opportunities there. So
Instead of for number of services, it's not always on that office.
No.
Students.
No, the students, I get that, but
Very much so.
where that's our engagement point as a company is at those levels, how do we get into more of the schools? You know, it's not just a Montana thing, that's the careers and energy workforce development that I sent on is across the US, they're looking at how, I mean, we've got the stuff for the schools. We just need them to take it, so. It's free to all of our schools.
We need to help industry drive curriculum development. Is what needs to happen. So, and I'll just make a comment when you talked about the welding program for the corrections. Great partnership with Helena College. That's awesome. But was industry also at the table sharing what they need to be trained today? So when they walk out the door, they're ready to walk on the job and start working.
Yeah, just to let you know that it was created with industry and I think 8 of the 13 were given a job as they crossed the stage. And then the other ones were forwarded to other programs. So, but that was exciting.
Yeah, and that's a great example, and that's what we're trying to do a lot more is how does industry help drive that? And then how quickly can we get that curriculum implemented? That's the other, I think, hurdle, if you would, where industry's coming, here's a curriculum that needs to be taught, and how quickly can we get that implemented in our education system?
And that's one thing that I mentioned to Joe with the Education Design Lab was if we're implementing these micro credentials and these shorter credential opportunities, how can SWIB members that are directly involved in industry be some of the guinea pigs for that? How can you be those that implement those quickly? You know, RDO is set up perfectly for that, Western could be perfectly for that, and then association directors, you all have a really good opportunity also to have what organizations and your membership would be interested in. So I would hope that as that continues, I think that we can be more involved.
I don't want to draw out that trade association piece because it allows a framework for a whole bunch of businesses to see how it can be done in their space. So partnering with whether it's the hospital association, the contractors, take your pick of all the, it's giving them a framework instead of saying, hey, go work with the schools. Is so much more helpful and meaningful than just, you know, and that's where this conflict between local control of the schools and a statewide association kind of surface, and not in a bad way, but just in a reality of that control locally at Billings 2. The reason Build Montana happened here is because we had a superintendent in Bow who said, let us know how we can help. And we got together and did it. It was supposed to happen in Kalispell. It didn't for a reason. And it's because we didn't have the partners to go and figure this out together. And so how do we work those as we think about it going forward, lower the the barriers to entry, create some guide rails that the schools and the industry can come to an agreement that help that happen more effectively, because in industry, they're also running a business. And so if it's hard and complicated and you don't have a willing partner on the other side, it's just not gonna happen. And even when you do, it sometimes struggles. So really thinking about how do we create that opportunity and buy-in and a level of trust in the education system and in industry that we can come together in this and collaborate on it and figure out how to make it work in our community.
Let's step off, Adam, that's a great point, and I thought about what Sarah's kicked the meeting off talking about relationships. Just as I thought about every presentation today, every one of them talked about the desire for that collaborative relationship between their entity and industry, which is really 51% of us. We're all part of the industry, or not yet the state. We're all part of industry in the state of Montana. And I think this may be up there, but it kind of gets to Tom's point. You know, with SWIB, the opportunity to be a connector and really a facilitator of discussions between industry, education, but also government, state government, and to come up with those solutions and create that model. I mean, we're in the really unique position at the SWIB to touch really all those sides and be that facilitator. And I think we've got, you know, when Wes and I were at NGA in Fargo, states are huge. I mean, we're all 3 degrees of separation with everybody in the state. We all know, we all live that every day. They don't know their neighbor. We have such an advantage over these other states to really be meaningful.
And through this process, something that I have harped on to Barb's is that we are supposed to function as a single area state. It's a waiver we've had. It's something we do, but we do not act that way. We act as 17 local little areas. And to your point, we have an opportunity in Montana because of that to really function and utilize our funding to benefit the state, not pockets in the state.
And it's gonna be a mindset shift because, you know, we've all, whether it's, I'm gonna pick on industry, right? It's more appropriate than saying, well, education, I think they've been trying to reach out for some time, but no one really wants to grab the hand. It's easier for a company to say, you know, we're just gonna post the job and see what we get. This is how we've always done it. But I think we've got to break down those silos to be more collaborative. I think the acuteness of the labor shortage will help facilitate.
Well, you had mentioned government as well. There's a real opportunity right now because you do have a government that doesn't want to act as much of a government. You've got department heads that are very interested in making sure, I mean, our department head in Sarah and then Scott Osterman and in that collaboration. And we also have the executive branch that's also very interested in making sure that we serve the population. And so that creates, you know, at least for now, a time period that we can really take advantage of that. I have no idea what the legislature is. None of them. Forget the legislature, let's just go where we go.
I'm gonna have a devil's advocate question for you guys, and partially because like this is something that continues to annoy me in this division administrator job is every time we bring up workforce, the first thing people say is education. And so over here, we have this concept that we can no longer just expect people to get a degree and then never train them again. But over here, the first things you guys start talking about is high school and college and never training them again. Do you think you guys, what do you think about that? What about what happens after they get a degree? Do we have a role there? How do we address that?
Could I comment on that, I guess? But what you're saying, I agree with you. We look at education, how we can take a 2-year college and do this. A lot of those things right there, we do it already within apprenticeship programs. Whether they're tied to a union or they're not. You know, so like if you say, I don't know that's that part. Curriculum development. We're doing that with the people within the industry that we're training for in real time. If someone comes into our industry and there's a job that needs it 3 months down the road, we're gonna figure it out and we're gonna train right then. We do continuing education required stuff, and then we're doing more with the journeyman after they're done. More journey person now. And we're directly working with the industry to try and help them find the workforce and screen them and see if they're gonna fit. So I feel we focus far too much on thinking we can take someone, put them into a 2-year program and they're ready for the workforce. They're not, because a lot of those people aren't gonna be, they're not even gonna like it to. You can look at, I don't know how many college degrees we have in our program right now that spend the time on the education and then realize this isn't the job for me. Well, we can let them go, or they decide maybe leave our program. So I think apprenticeship is doing a lot of work. It solves a lot of problems we have. We've just been pushed away from that so far.
And then I'm gonna jump in there, Quinn, but a lot of it today was talked about welding. Well, welding's so specified for the industry, different industries and the contractors. What kind of welding are you welding to? You know, and it's getting to where it's even fusions are being involved. So just give a kid, and I'm not taking away from a D11. But that's a whole bunch different than if you're down here at air controls. TIG welding stainless, you know, for all places in the country. There is a change. Another thing in the workforce is not many 25, 30-year-old or 30-year people change their careers within 10, mainly within 10 years. So the people that you have now aren't going to be people, I guess, in my generation. Well, I'm going to do this for 30 years. Because I'm here to tell you, I've done it for 30 years now, and they change. They'll do it for a while, but the way, so I guess the way it's socially, I did this, now I'm gonna go out and do that. What's that?
Sometimes economists become managers, you know, they move on.
Well, I see that, people.
No,
No, I think, I mean, we've talked about it for a lot of years, and when we had our apprentice advisory, that was a direction we had a lot of different ways, is how do we expand that model, right? Not just focusing on what, like you said, is whether it's a represented or non-represented. The model of apprenticeship has the opportunity to tool industries faster than the traditional education models. I think our involvement or a vision that we need to have is how do we come together as a board to break down that silo within our workforce, to think that, you know, a small business can't leverage a individual apprenticeship model, and how do we recognize apprenticeship as equal as any other credential, right? It's not just a college, it's not just certificates, but in the job market, having somebody put in there, they got that state recognized apprenticeship. That they have that card that they can go with them. So I think just educating the apprenticeship model in general, that it can be tooled up faster. It can address industry changes faster. Government's big initiative to break down a lot of that too. Is that we can address that, but then we need to also market. If you've got a changing industry, the state can help you solve that. And you're probably not alone in that. There's other people in the industry that are suffering the same thing. And how do you come together, develop something to address it?
Well, the engagement team has it was implemented in January. And I did not come on board until May, but some of the fascinating conversations that I've been a part of were, and especially with some of these little micro trainings, CNA welding right now, is that instead of, you're spending $1,000 to $2,000 per person instead of $40,000. You're also just getting people, one thing that they're finding with this too is somebody might take the 6-week training and decide they don't want to do it. You don't have a ton of investment in there. And it's also just enough to get people ready to go into the field so that they can be trained at the location. And that's how I think a lot of training, especially with the trades, it's gonna go that direction in the future. But that's something that they have found, but also within the first cohort of the welding class, they were able to change course very quickly and implement some of the soft skills at that time as well. Within this, because there was that flexibility in there, and they're gonna add that next time. And that's the same thing that we're seeing with some of these other trainings. What can we do well? How can we add what we need to in there and be very, very flexible for the workplace as we go forward? So I think that the retraining is going to be along those types of lines, be very flexible and driven by industry.
So we have about 15 more minutes to do this component. We have about 4 more questions. If we don't get any of these completed, I would just ask that you send them to me. Send me some of your feedback. But we can do. So thank you all. I love the conversation which we would have had for this. I thought this would be too much. So within the WIOA vision, the current vision is Montana's workforce and talent development system will continue delivering data-driven services and provide opportunities for its current and future workforce and businesses to sustain economic viability through partnerships and collaboration. Partners with public workforce system will integrate service delivery, use data analysis, and review and evaluate programs to continuously improve services across the state. What should be part of our strategic vision? Not that you have to give an item like that, but what should be in it? And this is again a component that leads the plan and is utilized throughout the plan that we have to identify.
Well, when I read this, Wes, to me, when you take a look at a vision statement and a mission statement, a vision statement usually starts with a to be the world's foremost, to be the best class, to be the nation's leader. To me, this is more of a mission statement because a mission statement is how you're going to accomplish your vision. So I guess I just kind of wrote down some notes to be the premier, organization preparing our current and future workforce talent today for business needs today and for future opportunities. And it's a to be statement versus this is, in my mind, more of a mission statement, how we're going to accomplish our vision for the state.
Can I take a picture of that? Of what you wrote?
Yeah.
Or can you text it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I think now they're all over it.
Yeah.
Great.
Kind of Barb's point about the need to be, what they call it, continuous learner, or this constant adaptiveness with training throughout one's career. And everybody loves people to answer a question with a question, right? But do we have the right, and you talk about it in here, integrate, you talk about service, the current vision talks about service delivery. Are we comfortable we've got the right services for the future? All right, does it need to be adapted? The ones we have today are gonna have to be different. I don't know if we have to work that in there somehow.
I think to build off that, Paul, one of the questions I have about the next phase of WIOA, more on the implementation side, with our team at the Department of Labor and with job services, is we've got to build capacity. Well, industry is growing quickly and using adaptive technologies and AI and automation. What can we do in how we deliver WIOA services? Right now, kind of the top echelon of case managers that manage WIOA clients can handle max capacity 40 clients one. We have 41,000 job openings in Montana. You saw the chart today. We have over 100,000 people not engaged in the working environment, let alone those that are working but want to retrain or skill up or keep going. 41 times 200 job service employees just doesn't meet the need. So what are we doing and how we deliver and manage these services, and what adaptations do we need to implement? And I don't have the answers. I'm hoping that through this stakeholder process, we get some good ideas for how we can really dramatically lever technology to improve delivery.
This is Chanda online. When I read this, I think the first thing that caught my attention was it's really long, but also it's missing some of the populations we continually talk about serving. Obviously, people with disabilities come to my mind first and foremost, but we always are talking about other groups, you know, youth in foster care, other groups with barriers to employment that aren't addressed at all in here, and figuring out that access and opportunity to get them engaged in the workforce. It feels like a major component that's missing from this.
Thanks, Chanda.
And whether this is part of the mission, or maybe it's part of whether it's part of the vision, or whether it's really part of a mission or objectives for us as a board, is I think if we're gonna spend a lot of time and energy and money in this process, we have to do our due diligence and make sure that we're evaluating whether or not what we've implemented is actually working. We talk about the importance of measuring and collecting, you know, we say data analysts and review and evaluate programs, but do we really do that, and do we do it in a meaningful way? Because as we spend a lot of money and a lot of energy and a lot of time, we've got to make sure that we're doing the right things. So I would like to highlight that we need to evaluate.
Also, I don't want to go back to that. Your question, Barb, on education versus the workforce thing. Because most industry walked away from education because it wasn't meeting their needs, and they built their own education. The reality. That's bad, because the education system houses our future workers in the industry. And we don't have access to them if we're not connected. And we can't build pathways and networks and career paths so they can see what's out here if we're gonna shell ourselves away from education in industry and only think about us through the scope and scale of an apprenticeship only program, and not take into account how do we pair with our education system so that it's not a fight. It's a partnership and a collaboration. Because we're entrusting that system to bring them from going to school the first day to being ready to be an adult. And if we don't have a good partnership there, we're gonna find ourselves back here in a decade saying we're still disconnected.
That's a great point, Adam. I mean, you know, it gets that whole discussion about, I can't give the person up for 2 years to go get trained, so you're just gonna do it yourself.
Yeah.
And there's no meeting of those two worlds together.
And I'm not an expert in acronyms or federal programs, but WIOA and Perkins happening at the same time. Where can we find collaboration in a meaningful way in policy?
I think I would be remiss if I didn't take the chance to say that part of the vision for WIOA is in the data aspect. How we collect it, how do we use it? You know, Montana is one of many states. Very few states have a truly functional longitudinal data system that connects education to higher ed workforce. And there's a lot of entities in the state working on this, not the least of which is a lot of our team in the economy and data teams at BLI and our friends at OG. There's legislative work on this, but truly, whatever we're building, I'm a big believer that if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And this, at the end of the day, is a boatload of federal money. We better build into our vision some accountability and some measurement tools for ourselves that we can measure more often than once every 5 years.
There's a company based here in Billings that does a learning management system that is used in the Bakken oil field right now, where everybody puts all their training in there. And so anybody, if you're hiring a new employee, you can just go into the system and see, oh, they were trained on this, this, and this at the previous company, and this at the previous company before that. That would be a great way to see who's getting trained and how long.
And perhaps allowing industry certifications to flow through the same system. So that the degree you're getting from the school, the certification you picked up from a manufacturing partner, they're not necessarily equally weighted, and I'm making that argument, but visible.
Yeah.
Would be really good for the state.
I don't know if Joe or Jack here still on, and mainly Joe, but through Education Design Lab, one of the opportunities that they do have is a digital wallet that has your credentials within it. So it's not housed here, and well, you're no longer subscribing to this, so you can't see this. It's all brought to you. So that could be your degree, it could be an apprenticeship, it could be a certificate from an employer, it could be an award, it could be all of those things that show your credentials. That is a potential opportunity with the Education Design Lab as that's implemented. So.
They're what they call them in North Dakota, something like digital and electronic education and work learning records. ELR.
We call it total track. It's a total track of your career.
And it's all
uploaded, and they can have access to it. And their employers or their future employers. It's in the control of the individual.
Okay. Examples of work-based learning that are happening in your community, and this might be one that you could send, a lot of these we know about. But what are some that are proving successful in your industries or in your organizations that you would like to see taken advantage of more or highlighted more within our state plan? And I skipped the question, I'm sorry, I'll go back.
I've got one that, we see a lot of success with, say, engineering students that, do an internship in Montana before they graduate. And they're more likely to understand the job opportunities they have available in Montana, because we didn't even know we're here, like working at Northwestern Energy. But our university system does not seem to press that as much as I see in other states. It's not a requirement for any of them that I know of.
We used to have a lot of great success with like the OSHA program of Montana Tech. It was a requirement for graduation to have an internship, and it's not, and we're struggling to keep OSHA's students in Montana.
Other thoughts, other focuses, work-based learning that you'd like to see in the state plan.
Pick the one in September, we have a local mechanic that runs a nonprofit, he set his own shop in a nonprofit, and he'll sponsor from high school. So those kids can go get hands-on training. In school, I don't know if that fits.
And I couldn't hear all of what you said.
Sorry, Wes, we have a local mechanic that has a nonprofit section of his business. And the local high school kids will come over and be part of that program and learn hands-on training while they're going to high school.
And with that.
Big Timber,
Oh, fascinating.
gentleman by the
What
name
is
of
the
Casey
nonprofit?
Smith. He's pretty well known. What's that?
What is the nonprofit?
I was trying to remember his official business is Resurrected Rides. I'll get that though. I'll pull it up.
There's another business in Big Timber doing the same thing for high school kids in manufacturing. It's, or a food shop there.
I'm wondering if we're talking the same one.
Okay.
We might be.
Recreational, business and we relate to allow the students to learn soft skills and stuff. I mean, one of the challenges we have, I would love high school internships and opportunities. One of the restrictions we have and why our internships are typically for sophomore level above is just some of the insurance requirements of no one
So our friends in the legislature fixed that. House Bill 282 and 283 were passed in 2021. by Representative Fred Anderson, a former school superintendent currently serving out of Road Falls. What we're learning along the way is that we forgot to tell the insurance agency we changed the law. We've got it in the legal updates this year from Auditor Troy Downing. So everybody doing their license renewals as insurance agents in their legal update will find out that 3 years ago we changed the law. But we're catching up. If you run into that, call the office. We'll help you navigate it because our friends in the legislature fixed that.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's been a thing, I mean, a lot of small businesses, right, if your family
We
has.
also have a program at the Department of Labor that if you end up paying higher insurance costs, literally not one business has ever contacted us about that.
Didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Didn't know it was a thing.
I think maybe I'm wrong, but I think there's a lot of people hear from their insurance and they're like, we can't do it. That's maybe why they don't take advantage of it, because they're just like, the insurance company is telling, when you go to them and say, hey, I wanna put a student on, they don't understand it.
I completely agree, and also we can reimburse the additional cost, we can't reimburse the time and energy it takes to get all that.
Don't tell the insurance companies that, so they'll jack up your
We
rates.
talked a lot about
They're like,
this.
oh, you can make up the difference with their state fund.
And I think that's a really good example, of ways in which our friends in the legislature have solved some problems, but on the government side of things, maybe we're not as good at telling the story as we could be, so.
I think you're
We'll
on
take
that.
that
I mean, I think if there's some businesses that can leverage that. I think, I mean, high school opportunities, junior high opportunities in our local markets.
Yeah.
Explain what some careers are. And
So
get them
we're
exposed.
doing a lot of that, like, for example, next week is MCEL, where all the school boards come together and all authority for local schools comes with this. So we'll be doing some shared presentations with other state leaders, kind of talking through some of these. But I would be remiss if we're talking about our friends in the legislature, not to talk about one really awesome thing they did last year that we haven't seen a lot of press coverage on. We had Senate Bill 444. Was one of the only bills in the legislature that passed 150-0 and got the governor's signature within days. Senate Bill 444 defined work-based learning in law. So work-based learning is not just work release. It's not just leaving school and going and punching a time. Even if you're learning something, it's still not work-based learning. Work-based learning has a 4-part test in Montana that requires stated outcomes, actual credentialing or certificate. It's a full continuum. So the student is getting credit in school. They're learning in the employer environment, on the job, in what we call the industry classroom, and they're getting stated outcomes and they're getting something, a skill, a credential, a certificate that's documented. And that 4-part test is set in 2 sides of code now. It's set in Title 20, which governs our education law, and it's set in Title 39, which covers our labor industry. So we made sure we tied it back to the federal regulations about wage and hour and, hiring of young people so that it matches in both sections of code. There's no more confusion between employers and schools. We don't talk about it a lot. So Senate Bill 444 was pretty incredible in that it came out of the good work of our Senate Business and Labor Committee and rocketed through 150.
We had a conversation, I don't remember where it was, but there were a few, and I don't know which agency, but I remember having this conversation and there still being a difference of opinion on what. So how is that alignment in the education system? And I know it's law now, so it should be, right? But it sure didn't feel as bold and clear as it would appear it should.
Yeah, I think our legislative friends do a fantastic job of passing really good policy. Don't know if we've closed the loop yet on full implementation, but this is one that you'll see our team at the Department of Labor continue to drive because it's the right thing to do for the right reasons.
Yeah.
I wanted to mention, just, how it fits in what Adam, I think it was Adam who mentioned it, the partnerships with the trade organizations is like a model for, I think it's a lot more inclusive. It can include a lot more schools. It can give businesses that don't have the time to have something to go off of. It makes, when trade organizations like the MCA or the, hospital association, they're providing some guidance on, hey, here's how it can look. I just think it's easier for schools and for the businesses that are a part of those organizations to jump on a project, a career day, an internship. It makes it so that you can actually scale it a little bit and you're touching an organization that speaks to a lot of those same businesses.
And maybe without requiring it, because I feel strongly about the autonomy of the school systems. but could we stamp it with, this has been vetted through X, Y, and Z, whether it's in labor or in the education, so OPI, take your pick, but it has gone through a process that said, it's a certified program, here's how it works, here's where questions would go if you had issues, so that the school district could look at that and say, okay, we still need to make the decision, we're gonna do it, but the work's been done.
That's, yeah.
Would be a great way.
And honestly, working school to school, some of the, it's like, hey, we want our students to do what your students are doing.
Yeah.
Share a document that's very like, hey, here's the things that you gotta change that are specific to your school, here's how you do it, here's how you like, how you handle the school side. I think that's helped some schools, because they don't have, like, Lockwood doesn't have it's a counselor, it's a teacher, it's someone who's got kids 8 to 3. They don't have a ton of time to go look for it, so the more that you can just like provide that and say, hey, this has been through the lawyers, this has been through the ringer, this meets OPI requirements, meets statute requirements, this is, just fill it in and, take it out of the box and let a student have an opportunity. I think it's easier for students to jump on that, but there's probably 100 different versions of that right now, and they might not all meet the right criteria even. They might be work release when really they could be internship, and the school just doesn't have the resources to make sure that what they're doing is above board. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think all of that.
There's a guy in Whitefish, Mark Casaza.
Yeah.
Who is doing amazing things, and you should put that name up there because
He's a part of the work-based learning collaborative.
Yeah,
He's so good.
He's
Unfortunately, that will go with the person.
Yeah.
He is.
He has built an incredible program that is very hard to replicate.
But I think with like Mark, like that model, it's got the elements of it's got all the things that you need to meet the requirements. There's room for innovation in there, but he meets the criteria of like, hey, you can do this. So another teacher can take some elements of that and create something of their own. They kind of just need to know, like, what are the type things that have to be, these are the things you have to have here, like the learning outcomes and all of those things. What are the things you have a little bit of for innovation? I think teachers are actually really good at that. They innovate every day. They teach things differently and get similar outcomes. I think those types of tight, loose conversation or things that can guide that are really what they need. Because otherwise it's like, I'm too scared to do it, or I don't have time to do it,
If we could pivot away from the traditional K-12 education for a minute and think through with me, maybe what are some of the changes we need to see in the employer market when it comes to who we're serving with WIOA. So often WIOA is managed in a one-on-one case management strategy for job service office for the folks that have a barrier that seems insurmountable to get to work. Maybe it's a disability like Shanda was sharing with us. Maybe it's some other challenge. They're not in the labor market right now and they need to get in. What can you as the SWIB do, and what can we do in the strategic planning for WIOA to think about how to, provide that hand up, get these folks recruited to come into a job service, to apply for WIOA funding, to start and finish a program, to get into the workforce, and maybe what adaptations are needed in the business community to support those people. They're not actively working, and let's think about who we serve right now with people. Maybe Barb or Wes could paint a picture, if you will, for a traditional or a typical WIOA client, because a typical WIOA client isn't always a high school student with access to work-based learning. It's very labor intensive.
A typical WIOA client is an adult who has been employed in the past, who probably has some challenges that made them drop out of the labor force. It could have been kids, it could have been healthcare. We just had a WIOA client talk to the governor the other day who has had cancer twice, right? So like, they need to get back into the labor market. They are employable in some ways, but they can't go back to the labor market at a low wage job because their life has changed. They have medical bills, they have childcare bills. So we bring them from a standard of them being successful in a low wage job to being successful at a higher wage job. So it is people who are currently employed, not people in high school.
Hi there. I just want to contribute a little bit to this conversation. Sorry, it's hard to get in from online into the conversation. I think what my observation has been is we contract with the schools to provide work-based learning and we provide them directly through our staff, all kinds of different ways. And so I think we're all coming from a perspective of the experience that we've had with work-based learning experiences, but like most of our contacts in the schools are special education teachers or the school counselors, and they don't necessarily have the know-how and how to set up our work-based learning experiences. And so getting them to the staff in the schools that do this work, there's a disconnect there. They could be getting more funding from us if they were making that connection. And also one of the benefits, if we could figure out a way to make sure that the schools and all the partners knew who was eligible for pre-ETs in the schools, because it might not be known to everybody that they would qualify. We cover all the wages, we cover all the insurances and everything. And so it could really benefit and improve the quantity of people getting the experiences and help get the schools get the resources available to them. So there's a lot of disconnect going on throughout, just connecting all the WIO partners as we're working with the youth.
And you're talking mainly about pre-ETs, Chanda, pre-employment transition services?
Yeah, for high school students, but the adult services would be similar, so.
And I put that down, because that is a key thing that I would like to do more work on too, and how we could coordinate services and or contracts to better serve more people, utilizing all of our programs versus how separate they have become. Okay, we are unfortunately running out of time. I have a couple of things that I do need to bring to your attention for the next meeting. More, but Jason, did you have a question?
Fine, quick. I don't mean to drag this out, team, but I guess where I get a little confused because we're in the generals. There's adults that aren't employed and we get them employed. And I respect that and I get it, but I don't get all the details. And so where I get confused is as employers, we all have a certain set of skill sets we have to have to run the business. And I guess I'm locked up on, that's what we need to lay out. Is here's the work we do, here's what's required to do the job, and then see if these displaced workers, if it's a handicap, can we work our way around it? But to me, that's where I get lost. I just have to put that out there, because I don't understand.
So that's what the job service does, is help put that, like, here's what this job is, here's where this worker's skill set is. And maybe it's not a clear connection between the two, right? Like, maybe somebody worked as an economist in the past and you need a data scientist. How does anyone know that those can be the same? Like, how are you as an employer supposed to know that? I know that because I'm a labor economist, but you don't know that. So that is like what they're supposed to be doing and why that can be helpful. But it is also true at this point in time, we just don't have enough people to move into that anyway. So we have, every time we have a client in the office, we can usually find them a job.
Right. So I just want to add, Jason, that's something I took away from our last in-person SWIB meeting with our individual from Wheat, Montana, came and spoke with us. I invited Sherry Reed Anderson and her boss from Voc Rehab Wide Services to let's start having a conversation. We operate call centers for all of our stuff. That all went remote, so magically in my mind I'm going, there's a whole slew of employable people in these that they don't physically have to come to work anymore. So I put the call out to these guys, let them know I'm going to be posting this. I'm trying to be proactive on this. We haven't been successful yet getting people to apply for that, and the Voc Rehab Wide Services folks have been really great to say, hey, we don't want to just put anybody out there. We want to set them up for success. So they came and toured our facilities. They sat down with some of our call center folks, and oh wait, we were going down the wrong path. We needed to better understand your position, what you're looking for, so that we can make those right connections. But I think that's the industry's involvement to have, it's taken time. In turn, our managers are leveraging windmill training that Voc Rehab Line Services offers to understand working within some of these individuals, what that entails, breaking down smoke barriers, but we had to put our foot out and say, what now? And they've been great to work with, so, hopefully, drive more businesses to try to make that help. See what it will work.
In my fault note, I'm sad we don't have more time. We'd be dragging it out of you, and we're so glad to hear the conversation. Because it's a lot to take into consideration, so I appreciate it. I will be sending you some follow-up questions, if that's okay with Barb and commissioners want to follow up on some of these other pieces that we didn't get a chance to describe. I'll try and find some type of AI that can capture all the stuff that we did and put it into a document for me. But I'll share that with you all and ask you to share with me more information on the questions we didn't get to ask. And would love to have some feedback from you all of that for the sake of time. Okay, all right. But thank you. It's a great conversation. So moving on to the next section. There was one piece that is important that I wanted to bring to your attention, which is our sanctions policy. There's some information, I'm not gonna go through all of this with you all, it is also some homework for you. And actually, while Chanda's still online, I wanted to congratulate her and her team. They did receive a governor's award yesterday, which is part of the reason she was unable to join us today. It was her bureau chiefs received a governor's award for the work that Voc Rehab Line Services does. So congratulations, Chanda, if you're still.
Thanks, Wes.
So there's some information in your packets. I didn't email this out to you all because I wanted you to review it. It's about the oversight and resolution of findings. This is within our CFR or our federal legislation that the State Workforce Board oversees. Corrective action and monitoring are separate functions. However, in the past, our monitoring team was also charged with providing the sanctions on a provider should it be necessary. We did not have to take advantage of that or do that. It's not taking advantage of it, it's not a good thing, but did not have to do that. However, it was essentially, they were the judge and the jury. And what is supposed to happen is that our monitoring team reviews what goes on with all of our service providers and with our performance, and is to then recommend if any type of sanctions may be necessary, recommending those to the board. But our policy was one and the same. And so what I've done is provided you all with a little bit of information. There is a monitoring policy, which is the current policy from the Department of Labor and Industry. In it, there is a monitoring content that needs to be put somewhere else. And this is the sanctions. I also provided you with an example of what some sanctions look like in the state of Oregon. But really what we don't have is if a service provider needs to go on a corrective action plan because they have failed to continue to meet performance requirements, it is up to the board to determine what those sanctions may be. And so it's a policy that we will have for review in the future. It's something that I will also, along with the 2 questions we did not get to, 2 or 3, I will be asking you all to give me some feedback on, so that as we develop a new policy, that it is taken into consideration how you would like it to go. But ultimately the board should be the jury in that, not also the monitoring team. And so that's just a little bit of information for you all and what that is, but I didn't email it out. There's a lot of information I wanted to talk to you about it, but it is in all of this is public information, but this is in your packets to review. So giving you some homework today. Did want to just give you a quick update on the WIOA State Partner Trainings. We had 7 of them, as I mentioned earlier. Terrific partnership with Voc Rehab, with Adult Education, with Accelerate Montana, and our 4 federal WIOA partners, 4 tribal federal WIOA partners. Nearly 250 individuals from our state partner organizations were part of that. And it was a great opportunity for them to discuss referrals and transitions much more in depth. I did present the 1-2-3 WIOA youth program at the Board of Regents, and that seemed to go well, and that is in full force. So if you are working with youth who may have a struggle with dual enrollment, there are opportunities for them to utilize additional funding sources that did not exist before. For future meetings, we will have our next remote meeting, and I have a date proposal, which is for January 25th. Again, taking into consideration the timeline that I provided to you all, wanting to make sure that we have the opportunity to finish the state plan, have you review it, that it goes through all the other review processes, and then we have it approved. So that's a tentative date that I'm throwing out there, and would ask for you to give me a maybe or a no. And then we can go from there. Beyond that, the week of April 29th through May 3rd is a potential for our spring meeting. That's an in-person meeting where the and thinking of for the remote winter meeting
The spring one.
would be sometime the week of April 29th through May 3rd. Just to fall within the same calendar of every 3 months that we have a meeting. To not let them get ahead of ourselves. But if any of you have any suggestions on location, we've hit some of the major cities in Montana. If there's a location that you would like to see differently, if there's a place that you'd like to showcase, let me know and we can discuss that and have a conversation. That's what I have for you all today. That's my bridge version.
Perfect, and I'm gonna do my best to keep this on. I want to thank Wes, Commissioner Swanson, Barb, John Alessandro, Dylan Blattmeyer for putting together a really terrific agenda. Great discussion. I think when it was, when Commissioner kicked it off with relationships, get that earlier, everything threaded into this whole relationship. We finished with a great discussion about how we can plug in and collaborate and drive those across the state. So great meeting. Thank you all for attending in person. Safe travels, and I will, one final order of business. Is there any public comment? Hearing none, stand adjourned. Thank you. Thank you.
You did say it.